We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromised immune system. I urge you to get vaccinated to become a protector of our elders and Native community.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County.
The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike
or sound alike,
but we are all one community.
During this pandemic,
we need to be kind to one another
and keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
And by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this!
हम सब कर सकते हैं.
ये bet में आया.
我们能够做到.
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros.
Idi manandarki sadyam.
A gente pode fazer isso.
Yun robrum knia.
Wamanye mape.
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
Namaste, આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
हामी यो गर्न सक्छौं.
या ये है all day.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community, not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives.
Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants.
Which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious, while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
Some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year.
When we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed.
When schools closed and children had to shelter in place.
And when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone.
Especially the most vulnerable among us. We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible.
To save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
For our patients.
For our elders.
For ourselves. For you. For us.
For our community.
Por nuestra comunidad.
Supervisor McGorty.
Present.
Supervisor Mulhern. Supervisor Mulhern.
Here.
Supervisor Hashak.
Here.
Supervisor Jurdy.
Here.
And Supervisor Williams.
Here.
Thank you. I would like to invite CEO Angelo to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Moving on to agenda item 5A, which is the election of the chair and vice chair of the Mendocino County Board of Supervisors for calendar year 2022. Do we have any board comment on this item?
Well, Atlas, if I could just say that we didn't hear the Pledge of Allegiance. At least I didn't.
I apologize. We did read it out, but whenever we stand, we're often away from the microphone. So it's a little bit hard to lead in it. I apologize for that.
Okay.
Just a question for clerk of the board. I believe the process is the chair is by district, and vice chair Ted Williams, District 5, would be chair this year. And just correct me if I'm wrong. I think would it be District 1 would be vice chair?
Chair Jurdy, this is CEO Angelo responding to your clerk of the board question, and the answer to that is yes. It would be D5 as chair and D1 as vice chair, yes, per our rotation. Thank you.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to appoint Supervisor Williams as chair and Supervisor McGorty as vice chair.
Second.
Supervisor McGorty?
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Alice, I think somebody needs for call for public comment if there is any.
There's no public comment on this item.
I vote yes.
Supervisor Hashak
Yes.
and Supervisor Williams.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
So at this time, then, Supervisor Williams, you are now chair of the board.
Okay, let's move on to item 5B. We have Graham from California Association of Counties and Chastity from CSAC Foundation and Institute for Excellence in County Government to give us a presentation. Would the executive office like to introduce?
Thank you. Yes, Chair Williams. Today, we have the pleasure of having Graham Knaus, the Executive Director of CSAC, which is the California State Association of Counties. He is here to give us an update on what's happening with CSAC. CSAC is our representative at the state level and also at the federal level at this point. They have been instrumental in some of the key projects that have occurred over many years within county government. And along with Mr. Knaus, we also have Chastity Benson, who is with the CSAC Institute and the CSAC Foundation. And Ms. Benson has been instrumental in bringing the CSAC Institute courses to Mendocino and Lake counties. And for that, we are very appreciative of CSAC. Those courses have been helpful to our employees. They keep our employees going. They're courses such as County Government 101, County Finance 101, and when you complete the courses, you get a certificate, and it's really nice for our employees. They get a lot of education from CSAC. So with that, thank you for allowing me to introduce Mr. Knaus and Ms. Benson, and I will turn it over to Mr. Knaus at this point. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, CEO Angelo. Thank you, Chairman Williams and board. I'm Graham Knaus, the Executive Director of CSAC, and it's really an honor to be here this morning with you all. This is our first county that we are visiting in 2022. And actually, it was the last county that we visited informally back in 2021. So I certainly appreciate connecting with you all here in Mendocino County. I have immense respect, and our team has immense respect for the work that you all do, the work of public service, the work of community engagement, and certainly what you've all been leading through over the course of the past couple of years, nearly couple of years, related to the pandemic. This board has been a strong partner and resource for us, most certainly, as has your CEO, who's been a close partner of ours and a leader amongst her colleagues for the past number of years. I believe we have a PowerPoint, and I will ask the team to advance to the next slide. Thank you very much. I'm going to spend a few moments talking about CSAC, what we do, and how we fit in. I will then bring up Chastity Benson to talk about what we're doing in the foundation, and then we'll cover some of our advocacy priorities and certainly be interested in the board's comments and questions around that. CSAC is one of the oldest county representative associations in the country, going back all the way to 1895. We are in the same building back from when we were a horse and carriage enterprise. And we serve as the voice of all 58 counties. And there is absolutely power and strength in counties individually, but when we can pull together with one voice representing every single Californian in the state, it is powerful. It is powerful at the federal level, and it's certainly powerful at the state level. Our charge is about developing and equipping county leaders to better serve their communities. To advocate and partner where appropriate at the federal and state levels for policies, laws, and for funding that makes sense and allows you to support your communities, and really communicating the value of the critical work that's being accomplished by county government. Next slide, please. So as part of that, we tell the county story. We do that through our communications arm, through blogs, videos about county programs that are occurring, about key priorities that are out there, engaging directly with the media and certainly with the legislature as well. We are very active on Twitter, which has become one of the key advocacy platforms really in the country for pursuing priorities. So we work very heavily on that. We certainly do the same related to Facebook, but also through op-eds, which was particularly important when we were working through broadband advocacy this past year. One of the things that we do that is most fun is related to seeking out county innovation. There is innovation happening in every single community in California. And we have a Challenge Award program, which is specifically targeted at identifying that innovation across service areas. So whether it's administration of justice or in the technology space or health and human services, identifying those innovative programs and broadening awareness of those programs and the ability for counties to learn from each other. So your colleagues learning from the great work that is occurring here and you being able to learn from them as well. Next slide, please. We also have a CSAC Finance Corporation, which is a separate entity that's focused on the business services side of the house. So that is about direct to county and direct to taxpayer services. I'm going to highlight two of them, which I think are relevant this morning. One of them is the Easy Smart Pay program. This is a platform that enables property tax payments, and it is focused on solving two issues. One, for those taxpayers that seek to utilize a credit card when they are paying their property tax bills. In most cases, that fee is very high. It is a third-party fee, and it can be upwards of 4%. And the Easy Smart Pay platform effectively cuts that in half for those that use that. But it also does something that's very important for those that do not have an escrow account, which is it provides flexibility so that they may budget, they may pay on a monthly basis outside of a mortgage or escrow account. And then the Easy Smart Pay platform then interacts directly with the county treasurer's office. So it's a way to increase the flexibility to your local taxpayers as a service, as a direct service to them. The second I want to reference really deals with the housing crisis. The California Statewide Communities Development Authority, Community Improvement Authority, that's a lot of words to say workforce housing. This is a new public JPA that we created along with our colleagues at the California League of Cities to convert market rate and substandard housing in buildings to moderate income workforce housing. In its first year, this has converted 7,000 units in California from primarily high market rate over to moderate income, over to moderate incomes with an annual cap on the amount that the rent can increase in any given year. This is unique in the marketplace where we certainly need housing at every level in California. But there are no tax incentives for the workforce housing space. And so this is a unique business model to try to make that available in communities that may fit well here in Mendocino. And it's really part of all of the above. We need to do all the things around housing in order to make substantial progress. Next slide, please. Thank you. In addition to the business arm, we also operate a 501c3 through our foundation. And this, the excellence that comes out of our foundation through our foundation begins first and foremost with Chastity Benson, who I will ask to come up and share a few thoughts around the work that the foundation is doing. Chastity is a gem and has been instrumental in the growth of the Institute and bringing it outside of Sacramento into communities all up and down the state. So Chastity, I will invite you to spend a few minutes chatting about the foundation and the work that it's doing here in Mendocino County.
Thank you, Graham, and good morning, everyone. So the California Counties Foundation, as Graham described, is the 501c3 arm of the organization. We serve as the education arm, which houses the CSAC Institute for Excellence, along with the Results First program. Currently, the CSAC Institute operates 5 campuses throughout the state, and one of them is the Lake Mendocino County Partnership that we're very proud of. We've been in Lake Mendocino County for the past 2 years. You're in your second cohort right now. We were very excited to start this campus last year in 2020, and you know, it's been a tough couple of years. The pandemic forced us to move from an in-person program to an online program. And I have to say that the participants in the Lake Mendocino County, they have just been wonderful to work with. They continued on with the program. They never missed a beat. They took the day out, 1 day out a month, to really invest in themselves and their education. And I really want to say thank you and applaud you, supervisors, and CEO Carmel Angelo, for investing in your workforce. One of the things that we know right now is that the younger workforce are looking for opportunities to work in an organization that really cares about them and their well-being. And by you putting in the time and attention to provide this education program for them, it speaks volumes to how you appreciate your employees. We have had about 31 folks who have graduated from the Mendocino County cohort. We have another 23 who are on track to graduate this year. We will continue to partner with the Mendocino County Lake cohort and maybe offer pop-up campuses or something of the sort in the future. As far as the foundation goes, we are looking at a 2 to 3 year strategic plan, wanting to find ways to provide more programming specifically geared towards county supervisors, finding ways to bring you all together to talk about major issues that are happening either regionally or statewide. So please be on the lookout for probably a lot of information asking you for your input on what we should be offering over the next couple of years. We also will continue with the Institute. We will continue with the Institute and continue with the online programming, at least through the first quarter of this year. And then hopefully we will be able to get together again in person at some point in May or June. I also wanted to let you know that as you're developing your workforce, CSAC Institute has partnered with the NACO Professional Development Academy to offer a 12-week online program for middle managers. So if you have frontline leaders who are looking to level up and maybe take on leadership positions in the next 5 to 10 years, the NACO Leadership Professional Development Program may be an opportunity for you to, again, continue to invest in your workforce and put them into the program. Feel free to contact me for more information. We recently had a California cohort that graduated in December of last year. We will start another cohort in the spring. I'll make sure that you have the information. And again, if you'd like to have more people to participate in the program, let us know. These are just a couple of the ways that the foundation is trying to provide value to our members from an education perspective as we look for, as we start to plan for the workforce of the future for public service employees. We're trying to offer as many different ways for you all to engage your future leaders into education programs with the Institute. And thank you so much for your time.
Great. Thank you, Chastity. We're going to move to the next slide, please. And we're going to talk about advocacy priorities. At our core, we function as an advocacy organization, which is bringing that voice, your voice, the voice of all 58 counties to Sacramento and to Washington, D.C. We do that. We always begin with a focus on collaboration and partnership, but with the willingness to get aggressive when we need to in order to ensure that counties have the resources, the flexibility, and the authority to do things in a way that makes sense in their communities. We do that in concert with the individual county lobbyists, which for you includes Paul Yoder, who's a great colleague and partner, has been for a number of years, as we work together to ensure that Mendocino is appropriately represented at the state and the federal levels. When we look at what we are focusing on going forward, I wanted to share some of the top priorities that the CSAC board has adopted and that will shape our activities for the 2022 year. The first is around wildfire and drought, which the landscape, and you all know this incredibly well, unfortunately, the landscape around wildfires changed in about 2017, where we now face a year-round fire season, where communities have been severely impacted, where you face both the Mendocino complex fire and the August complex fires just in the past few years that have been devastating in your communities. The world has changed, and the world has also changed around drought, which you are acutely experiencing here in Mendocino County as well. We made substantial progress this past year in a $7 billion investment in these areas and in emergency management. And that is important and was a huge win for the county family and for the communities, but it's not enough. More needs to be done in terms of policy and in terms of ongoing resources to ensure that communities are as protected as they can be, and that we invest in those things to avoid the next drought that may be coming our way. And so that's an area that we're going to focus on. The area that has begun to transform is broadband. Last year, together as a county family, broad county family, with a number of partners, we led a coalition that was successful in getting a $6.5 billion investment from the state to build a middle mile network and to do the last mile to connect homes. This is a huge issue, certainly here in Mendocino, but it's a huge issue all across the state. It's one that is a fight that we cannot stop. We will continue, both in terms of the resources that are needed, but also in terms of ensuring that there is a local government seat at the table as this, we move from a funding to an implementation standpoint and the infrastructure is put in place so that communities can truly be protected. There's no question that collectively we blew the roof off in terms of transforming broadband and cutting off 7 to 10 years of the timeline to get it into communities, but now it actually has to happen and get done. And so we need certainly the continued leadership here in Mendocino County and in others to ensure that that happens and that the state is a strong partner in that throughout the process. Homelessness is another area where we've both made substantial progress, and there's much more that needs to be done as well. I expect that there'll be significant both conversation around policy and around funding in 2022. This past year, there was the largest ever investment towards tackling homelessness and behavioral health, and that's likely to continue in 2022. But the pandemic has certainly exacerbated this issue, while at the same time opening the door to innovative approaches such as Project Home Key and Room Key, which have been very active in Mendocino in housing some of your homeless here. I'm going to take cannabis first, and then I will end with Brown Act reform. Cannabis it's a once in a generation opportunity, responsibility, however you would like to frame it, in creating an entirely new public policy area out of whole cloth. And so Proposition 64 changed the landscape around cannabis. It continues to change, and it is moving in both directions, and there are certainly opportunities, but there are immense challenges in communities, regardless of what the approach is relative to cannabis occurring in communities. And there's much more work that needs to be done in this area to ensure that there's the right balance between state role and oversight and local control with counties and cities, such that you can have a policy and an implementation that reflects the values in your community. And so there's certainly more work to be done there. And then I wanted to bring up the Brown Act, Brown Act reform, because it's something we've never really talked about before. The Brown Act goes all the way back to 1953. And so there's been a lot of change in the world, certainly around technology, but also in democracy and public discourse since 1953. And there's been a marked change in the manner in which public discourse is occurring and the level of civility that is occurring in public meetings all across the state. And it's had a dramatic impact on the willingness of talent to serve the public, but also for members of the community to engage in that process. And so this is occurring, it's all across the political spectrum, it's occurring all up and down the state, it's occurring in small counties, it's occurring in large counties, in cities, school boards, really all across the country. And so having a real conversation about what's the way in which to ensure open access to democracy in a manner that is safe and encourages folks to invest their time and their careers into performing public service, and the community with an opportunity to engage in that process and to have an impact on how policy plays out. And so the pandemic has most certainly highlighted this in many ways. It's created new opportunities, such as what we're experiencing this very moment with Zoom, where there's an ability for some members of the public to participate that were never able to participate before. But there's also a real value of being in person. And so having this balance once we get post-pandemic is really important, but also ensuring that counties, that boards of supervisors, that communities have the tools that are necessary in order to ensure and to protect safe and productive public discourse in a manner in which it supports the process of developing public policy. And so that's not an answer, but it is an issue area that is critically important. And back in Sacramento, we talk about how windows of opportunity open and close very quickly. And this is one that we want to take on together while the window is open so that we can forge into a space that protects the value of public service and community engagement. The two things go hand in hand in order to protect our overall democracy. So this will be a critical area of focus for us in, I was going to say this upcoming year, in 2022, which we sit in today. And then finally, next slide, please. I just wanted to thank you. I wanted to thank this board for its investment, this county, and all the public servants that are carrying out the work of the community here, and the community engagement that has occurred in Mendocino County. And we firmly believe on our team that every day, in every role, it is an opportunity both to give grace, because we all probably need it coming up on 2 years in a pandemic, and also to find a way to give back to the community and to ensure that we can continue to move forward and make progress. And with that, I will hand it back to the board, and happy to engage in any dialogue or answer any questions.
Any board comment? McGordy?
So Graham and Chastity, thank you so much for being here and talking with us. We really appreciate having your presence. With the coming budget year, what's your perspective of Sacramento and what might happen in terms of priorities for the governor and how it might affect us here in rural Mendocino?
Great question. The governor's budget will be coming out on Monday. His budget proposal will be coming out on Monday. We anticipate a pretty substantial budget surplus, somewhere above the $18+ billion range. That's a lot of money. So a smaller surplus than occurred this past year, but still a very sizable surplus in historic standards. And that provides an opportunity to make some investments, particularly in some of the advocacy priority areas that I just spoke to. The governor has in his public comments has certainly continued to focus around climate change that touches on resiliency, which is wildfire and drought and other things, but also in the area of housing, there's certainly been a lot of conversation as well, where the legislature has some interest in. I expect that in all the priorities that we articulated, that there will be some significant action and discussion that is occurring, but it's going to be a very active year. It's a re-election year in Sacramento, and that changes the political landscape a little bit. But most certainly, there'll be conversation around how to spend the resources that are coming in to the state, and how to do so in a way that protects or allows communities to appropriately recover. So one of the focus areas that we will do that will kind of embody all the priorities that we spoke about is about community and economic recovery, which ties in the broadband. It certainly ties into some of the resiliency, but it also ties into homelessness and the ability for county leaders and local communities to move forward in a way that empowers those that may have been stuck in poverty for far too long. So I expect that there'll be conversation around those areas, and certainly in some surprises, I'm sure, that we will see both in January and in the May revise when we get to that later in the year.
Jody?
Yeah, I don't know if this is a question for Greg or for Chastity, but one of the issues that's affecting nearly every employer and nearly every local government that I'm aware of is the challenge in recruiting and retaining employees. And one of the things that I've seen the state do is that they, during the pandemic, said that they may not see, maybe only 25% of their employees return to state work offices, and maybe as many as 75% work from home. Most of their employees, or many of them, have been working remotely. And I know our CEO and some of our department heads here in Mendocino County have accommodated employees to work from home. There's issues with childcare, lack of it, school attendance issues that made it difficult for parents to work anywhere but home. And so I'm just curious what you've seen and what CSAC could do to bring best practices to the other counties like Mendocino County, so we could see what are some success stories that other agencies have had in supervising employees who are working from home. I know in speaking with one department head, the concern was, this department head had never been trained on how to supervise employees from home. And so that clearly is an HR function, I would think, and maybe a CEO's function is, we need to make sure that all of our department heads understand the best ways in which to manage employees to work from home, because it's, in my mind, it's today's workforce. We're going to be having chronic shortages if we can't find a way to accommodate people working from home, or at least some percentage of our employees working from home.
This is a marvelous topic of conversation and needed focus. There's no question you cannot unring the bell related to remote work when we emerge from the pandemic. I want to invite Chastity, because there's some work that is under development within the foundation that may be helpful for you in terms of this point about workforce.
Thank you. So we're doing a couple of things in this area. One, we've really beefed up our classes for supervisors and managers on how to work with this new workforce. Leading from Afar is a class that we've recently adapted in the CSAC Institute instruction. But in addition to that, we're working with the Personnel Directors Association to pull together a workshop to bring counties together to talk about what some of the best practices are that are currently happening, but also what does the future workforce look like. So be on the lookout for a workshop during the LEDGE conference, but also the foundation, we're going to start doing what we're calling supervisor roundtables. And one of the topics we're seriously considering for our first roundtable will be workforce planning. To your point, Supervisor, there are some employees who want to come back to work. There are some who don't. We also have a huge number of folks who are just not interested in public service. And so we want to bring counties together to talk amongst each other to talk about what are some of the best practices or incentives that they can utilize in their own counties to entice people to come back to work for public service. So it's definitely on our radar, and we'll be sending out more information really soon.
Check.
Yeah, I really appreciate both of you coming out and looking at those the advocacy priorities. I think they're right on for Mendocino County as well as the rest of the state. It's really uncanny how our priorities match up to what you're pushing. And being part of the board of directors of CSAC, it's I think it's been a good process in discerning what those priorities are. And I appreciate the Institute providing that the training for our workforce, because we have people who want to rise up in this public service realm. And I think that the Institute does a really excellent job on that. So thank you for that. One of the workshops that I attended at the CSAC conference was on the Brown Act reform. And I thought it was a really good discussion about, how to move it forward with the technology that we have, and yet at the same time provide, appropriate venues for people who live far away from Ukiah and the distant parts of our county to outreach and be part of the discussion, and at the same time allow people to come in and have face-to-face interactions. And with the pandemic, it's certainly a concerning topic, and we've been closed for a long time, ever since the pandemic started. I was just wondering about how other counties are dealing with this. Are you seeing other counties as closed or open, or are they running the gamut?
Thank you, Supervisor Haschak. It certainly runs the gamut. I would say many counties are functioning in a roughly similar manner to the way in which you are here in Mendocino. And for some that have not moved in that direction, or some have both opened and reclosed because of what is occurring around the pandemic, which has created some challenges in terms of what you can do when and how to engage in the community process. It is a very hard place to be in terms of what is the perfect recipe for protecting the public when we're in the midst of a pandemic. There's no good answer. There is no path that is clear and workable for all folks, and I think that has resulted in it being challenging, regardless of the approach that has been taken in counties, cities, and on school boards as well throughout the pandemic. So you're both not unique, and I'm sure you're experiencing challenges much like are occurring in other parts of the state, because that's really what happens when we're in the midst of a pandemic, which hopefully, I'm going to put my optimism hat on for a second, we begin to emerge from as we move through the first half of this year, and can begin to get to a place of greater stability and normalcy in terms of what are the things to be retained about access as we exit the pandemic.
All right, thank you. And just one other comment was, with the cannabis as a priority for the association, I hope that that it's not just illegal cannabis, but also creating pathways for legal cannabis, because both of those have been issues in Mendocino County.
Yeah, that's a very good point, Supervisor Haschak. For our advocacy, which comes from all of you, the 296 supervisors in the state, and certainly through our board, which you sit on, the approach around cannabis is about what's the right balance between state and local control, and having things structured in a community, ensuring that you as a board have the tools to put in place policy that reflects what you're attempting to accomplish. And so that could be, in some communities, that could be a very open approach to cannabis and availability. And in some communities, that would be more of a closed door around cannabis. But ensuring that the tools are available to reflect the priorities of the board, of your communities. And currently, there's a struggle there where there are many hands. There's Proposition 64 and the structure that it puts in place. There are probably a dozen different layers of state policy, and those are evolving. There were a half a dozen state agencies that were involved. That's now being consolidated, but that's going to take some time to sort out. And in the midst of all that, there are attempts to work it out locally in a way that makes sense in your community. And so it's a bit of a muddled mess. And so moving to a place where there's greater clarity about who has control to do what, and then empowering communities to have policy that reflects what their values are and what the hope would be. And that those tools are not all in place currently. And so it really limits what you as a board can do locally until we're able to navigate through that and bring the state along with us.
Okay, thank you very much.
Do we have any public comments on this item?
We do. First on the line is Michael Katz, followed by Ron Edwards.
Good morning, supervisors, county staff, CEO, and Mr. Noss and Ms. Benson. This is Michael Katz, Executive Director of the Mendocino Cannabis Alliance. Happy New Year to all of you. I hope everyone was able to enjoy some time over the holidays. I want to just appreciate the last bit of this conversation that was had regarding cannabis. Supervisors Haschak's comment that pathways to compliance are certainly an important part of the conversation, and dealing with illicit cannabis is not the entire conversation. I appreciate Mr. Noss's acknowledgement of that. And, you know, we certainly understand the need for enforcement against egregious environmental and criminal activity, but creating a stable foundation for the licensed cannabis industry is also essential. And so I encourage CSAC and many of the counties that are heritage cannabis producing regions. The Mendocino County legislative platform, which will be discussed further later today, is full of viable recommendations at the state level to improve conditions on the ground here in the county and in many other counties. And I also encourage CSAC to engage directly with Origins Council, which is an advocacy organization at the state level, represented by Mark Smith of the Smith Policy Group. And that is, we are dedicated to creating solutions related to CEQA, related to market access, related to taxation. And so all of these items are coming to a head, and we are in danger of eradicating our licensed cannabis industry. I'm sure that's no secret. All of the news articles are out there. The market's crashed. Everyone's aware of the challenges. And so the faster we can address this as combined counties working with the state, the more likely that our small rural communities will not have to continue to suffer and bear the brunt of the damage being caused by this regulatory structure. So I appreciate this conversation, and I appreciate that cannabis regulatory efforts are part of the CSAC agenda this year. And we at MCA and certainly at Origins Council are here to work with you and the board and the county to improve conditions on the ground for everyone. Thank you so much for your consideration, and we look forward to working with you in the year to come.
Next on the line is Ron Edwards.
Good morning, board, and really appreciate this presentation by CSAC and hope that going forward, we can have open conversations when it comes to CSAC's various cannabis programs. I have been concerned in the past about some of the programs that they have presented, particularly down in the southern part of the state where fees are being passed on to farmers to implement programs. So I hope that if Mendocino is looking at going anything further than using CSAC for advocacy, that we would really have an open workshop discussion on these, because the farmers right now are having a really difficult time, yet organizations like MCA and Origins are really working to help get particularly Mendocino farmers with their outdoor product into more markets. So any additional fees or programs at this time would just be crushing on those farmers. So I hope that we can keep that in mind. Thank you very much.
That concludes public comment.
Any final board comment? Seeing none, I'd like to thank our two guests. I've witnessed CSAC consistently trying to move the needle on good government, and I've seen up close just how effective they are in giving us a voice. Let's move on to agenda item 3, public expression. This is for items not on the agenda.
First off, we have Matthew Kendall, followed by Michael Katz and Paul Hansberry. Sheriff Kendall, you can begin speaking when you're ready.
Perfect, thank you. Chair Williams, members of the board, this Sunday, January 9th, is National Peace Officer Appreciation Day. Across the country on January 9th, each year, citizens take the lead to show the support for National Law Enforcement Officer Appreciation. Law enforcement officers of every rank have chosen a profession that puts their life on the line every day, puts their life on their line for the communities. They've answered a call to public service that's demanding and often unappreciated. I wanted to voice my support for all of the personnel serving us at the Sheriff's Office, as well as our allied agencies. Over this holiday season, our personnel continue to serve, working on and through the holidays. Deputies on patrol, the deputies in the jail, as well as our dispatchers, we work straight through. I also wanted to thank our communities for the calls, the emails, and the letters of support that we received throughout the entire year, and a lot of them came over the holidays. Peace officers from local, state, and federal agencies have duties which demand a lot of dedication. The jobs are often thankless and take them away from their families for long hours. Rarely do they know what their day is going to have in store for them when they show up to work. On National Law Enforcement Day, we have an opportunity to thank for their service and offer a small token of our respect for them. Thank you.
Next on the line is Michael Katz, followed by Paul Hansberry and Carrie Shattuck.
Good morning, Supervisors. This is Michael Katz, Executive Director of the Mendocino Cannabis Alliance. Again, Happy New Year. And with the new year upon us, there are unfortunately still many questions outstanding in regards to the administration of both the cannabis application portal resubmission process and the status of distribution of equity grant funds to local operators who have been designated eligible. We would request an update from the Cannabis Ad Hoc and Cannabis program today on the status of both of these items. For the portal, to our knowledge, there have not been any guidelines or timelines yet provided for those awaiting instructions on how to submit items that have been deemed incomplete. The community has made very clear that this process thus far has been confusing, and while clear information has not been shared on how to satisfy incompletes, the messaging coming from the cannabis program is that folks are still in danger of being removed from the program. Nearly 80% of portal submissions have been deemed incomplete thus far, indicating that the system itself is likely the primary challenge, with the stated goal of the ad hoc and the board being to support those licensees who are actively trying to maintain compliance. Clear directions must be provided to those licensees so that they can take the appropriate steps to stay in the program. Without these clear guidelines and timelines, folks in the program are being, unfortunately, seem to be set up for failure. We requested the board and MCP publish detailed directions for what will be required to satisfy portal requirements upon reopening for those applications deemed incomplete, at least 2 weeks prior to the reopening of the portal, and that applicants then be given whatever time is necessary to work back and forth with MCP to reach completion. We further request that criteria be published, which will be used to determine which applicants will be denied, and also an appeals process for those who are. Regarding the equity program, it's our understanding that direct funds still have not been distributed. Applicants are continuously faced with new time-consuming barriers to access and challenges with the administration of the program. I'm sure you've all seen emails from your constituents bemoaning this confusing process. Considering the recent collapse of the market and the compounded financial difficulties facing equity applicants, it appears that a major challenge is this requirement that folks be up to date on their taxes. These equity funds have been earmarked by the state to help mitigate disproportionate harm to individuals from the war on drugs. As such, it would make sense to enable these funds to be used to pay any back taxes owed rather than withhold the funds. Releasing these funds so that applicants can use them for outstanding payments would benefit both the county and the applicants more than withholding the funds and having them returned to the state would. We have also read Hannah Nelson's memo that was submitted and support many of the questions and concerns and consideration that she has raised. We urge the board to revise the equity program to enable direct grant funds to be used for payment of any outstanding taxes. We need not further disadvantage equity applicants or the county by losing access to this state funding that is so desperately needed. Thank you for your consideration.
Paul Hansberry is no longer on the line, so we're going to move on to Carrie Shattuck.
Can you hear me?
We can go ahead.
Okay. Good morning. I'm Carrie Shattuck. I'd like my expression added to the public record. It continues to amaze me how the board conducts itself to the public and other departments within the county. The fact that the board in a December meeting went to closed session as soon as the meeting opened and continues to pick and choose the agenda numbers throughout the meeting instead of going in order shows the lack of respect for those waiting to speak, as well as the sheriff who waited until 5 p.m. to represent his department's agenda item. It's rude, frankly, and you 5 board members are all protected behind your screens from this public scrutiny and are hypocrites. We all see you out in public at the Akai Brewing Company and elsewhere, carrying on with your lives, yet we, the public, that you were supposed to. You all traveled out of the county and attended the CSAC meeting with 58 other county representatives. You are hypocrites. Okay for me, but not for thee, as the saying goes. All of you are violating your oaths of office. I, along with lots of other people in this county, think you all should be recalled. They feel this is ridiculous behavior. Why did you all become supervisors in the first place? So you can push through your own personal agendas? You obviously didn't do it to represent us, we the people, because this is exactly the opposite of what you were doing. And continue to have us, we the people, whom we work for, whom our tax dollars pay for, locked out of our meetings. These are public meetings, the people's meetings, which are not open to the public. Other counties in the state have their meetings open and are interested in representing their people. Obviously not Mendocino County. I see you already have a resolution ready to approve an agenda item 4AD to continue to keep these meetings closed. Are you afraid of us? Afraid of what we have to say in person? Afraid of the people that elected you? Afraid to represent us? That's exactly what you are portraying to the people, a lack of self-confidence and respect. I started a monthly town hall so that we, the people, could come together and unite. Our big government has done a great job of dividing the people the last 2 years, and it continues when you adopt another resolution to keep us locked out. The longer you keep these meetings closed, the more angry the people are getting. The longer you hide behind your screens, the more respect you lose. The longer you deny the people access to their elected representatives, the more they will want to recall you. I welcome you all to come to the town hall on Sunday, January 9th at 2 p.m., located at 306 North Main in the Victory Theater in Ukiah. Come and see, we the people, unite and take action against our representatives who are failing miserably to do so. Thank you.
Susan Tippin is no longer on the line, so we'll move on to Ron Edwards, followed by Ann.
Good morning, board. I had hoped that we had finished up 2021's business back then. However, in that last meeting, I was listening to the whole day, and at 7:15, we had an update from the cannabis program manager, and I was preparing dinner and was not able to closely monitor all the conversations. So I went back and listened to it. And it was sad that a lot of these farmers with this equity program had planned their year. They'd planned the budget. As you, the board, you try to plan a meticulous budget. And like a lot of people, some people maybe made an extra mortgage payment in December. And had these farmers been able to get that equity money in December, their tax planning would have been different. And now it's completely thrown into 2022 and will make a big difference in their planning. So I hope that when we go forward, we can have more clarity and these things not come up as last minute. And I'm not sure if we need better legal advice or a ad hoc committee to work on these, but we just really need to get these programs working a lot clearer and not last minutes. Thank you.
Next in the line is Anna Stockel. Anna, you may unmute and begin speaking when you're ready.
Gotcha. I've been up all night. I've been having a tough time, so I'm not going to be as articulate as the previous speakers. And however, I'm glad the gal that spoke two times ago talked about the order of the agenda, because I dialed in at 9 and was expecting to speak at agenda item 3, and now it's an hour later and I've got phone calls to make to doctors, and I wasn't even aware you guys made Sheriff Kendall wait till 5 p.m. So I want to second what that speaker said. My primary purpose for dialing in is to let everybody know that the board has sued me for over a year now, since November of 2020, for living in my own RV on my own property. You speak endlessly about homelessness, yet you're suing me to kick me out of my own home on my property. I have tried to work with the board for years now on this code that doesn't allow it, and I have offered a reasonable solutions, but I never get a response, which is really sad. And I can't live like this anymore. I was in the ER 3 times in December, just crashing emotionally. And I asked for a psych consult every single time. Who can live for over a year worrying that you're going to being kicked out of your own home on your own property? There's nothing going on here that's wrong. And not only that, but Mendocino Code 20168-045A allows me to live in my home on my property. But that is being ignored. So I'm almost out of time, and I wanted to dial in December and let everybody know the status of this case, but I couldn't even do that. Like I said, I was in the ER under emotional distress issues. I will try to dial in the future and keep the public informed as to this ridiculous lawsuit.
Next in the line is Hannah Nelson, followed by Anna Marie Wiebel and Paul Hansberry.
Good morning, board, and Happy New Year. I just request that you carefully read the memo that I submitted under public expression It details issues that are relevant to both the equity grant and the portal submissions and the application processing for the cannabis program. I'm going to belabor all of the points. I just ask that you please read it and please put your attention to the crisis that's unfolding in real time, which is the vast number of cannabis businesses that are choosing to be done or forced to be done because they haven't received equity funding, or the process of the permit application process is has not been administrated in the way that everybody had hoped. Thank you.
Next to the line is Anna Marie Weeble, followed by Paul Hansberry.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
I want to support what Jacqueline Thomas sent you under public expression and also the previous speaker in regards to homeless people. While you and I were warm and dry during Christmas and New Year, our homeless might die in our towns and our streets. Freezing temperatures were occurring locally. Fort Bragg adopted a contract with social services, I'm sure other cities as well, to run an extreme weather shelter on certain days from November to March. When calling social services, they only knew about the village shelter. And there you have to have a telephone intake interview for a specific day and time. It was busy, the shelter, no room. The Ukiah Building Project Bridges program also has no room, and there's also phone interviews possible certain days and times. I found out that there was actually a homeless shelter in Fort Bragg, which was full, but you have to go to the hospitality house at 2:30 to find out if there will be a motel available that night. Then walk 8 blocks to the police stations with all your stuff during wet and cold weather, and then see if Motel 6 is available for you. So you have to have no problem with them before, willing to test for COVID weekly, share a room with another homeless person, and if you've lived here for less than 6 months, you only can get a voucher for 1 night. And Project Sanctuary in Fort Bragg and Ukiah are willing to schedule a telephone intake interview for a specific day and time if they're free of domestic violence. In the past, homeless people could get help with an emergency shelter with the churches. It's not everybody's cup of tea to deal with the police. And in 2017, the public supported Measure B, this coast still has no crisis van. Just to give homeless to leave town some money, which a local city council member did, can not help in the long run. Are we waiting for them to die in our streets? I'm really encouraging you to look into this. Not everybody has a phone. Not everybody has the capacity to do all this research. And when I talked to the village shelter, they hung up on me and never called me back, even though I left my phone number. So it takes, at least a bachelor's degree to do all this research. And our homeless do not have these abilities. Thank you so much for looking into this.
Next on the line are Paul Hansberry and Susan Tibbin. Paul, you can unmute and begin speaking when you're ready.
Hello, this is Paul. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I wanted to speak to the equity grant program, and let me get out of the echo here. And I wanted to speaking of echo, everything that Michael Katz and Hannah Nelson have said. I want to draw special attention to one of the paragraphs in the memo that was sent by Hannah Nelson. It said, for a number of months, I've been following up with MCP director and with the ad hoc regarding issues pertaining to inconsistent standards, inadequate instructions, and education to the applicants. The double standard of the county's inability to properly perform its functions in a timely manner, but its insistence that the applicants not only respond in unreasonable timeframes without the promise of corollary attention to their files, combined with the fact that the applicant's mistakes are not given the same grace as the county's mistakes. There have been a number of things where the goalposts have been moved constantly during this process. And as Michael Katz has pointed out, not $1 has been distributed. We were told that we would be able to split this because for some reason, the program is a taxable event, a grant program that's a taxable event, and no one's been able to tell us why. In any event, now everything is being pushed over to 2022. So there's an additional burden of taxes on, and not what we were promised. Anyway, to buffer this, there's another round of grant monies coming in, another 18 million, and hopefully we can learn from the mistakes from this program. Thank you very much. I'll give you to Susan right now.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Thank you very much. Good morning. Happy New Year. And thank you for this opportunity. This is Susan Tibbin, lovingly and legally. You know, we've been working with communities and legislators for almost 2 decades now, well before 64, to normalize cannabis cultivation and achieve parity with other crops. And, you know, if the county, either by omission or commission, has decided to implement a program to assure the mass extinction of us, your neighbors, your friends, your grandparents, your daughters and sons, well, they couldn't have done a better job. We're out of time, we're out of money, we're out of patience, and really we're out of understanding. There are less than 60 calendar days left to award $2.8 million in equity grants. Before that $2.8 million is returned to the state. There are roughly 800 equity applicants in the queue. None of us have received a penny, although we have received an endless 7-month runaround. Please immediately refer to Ms. Nelson's letters, to MCA's letters of 2 and 3 January for a reasonable, well thought out program and protocol for moving expeditiously forward so we're not thrown under the bus. Thank you very, very much. Bye-bye.
Now we have one voicemail.
Hi, this is David Silverstone, and I'm commenting on the public expression. I, for one, well, I know only for myself, I know there's others in my same position. Position is, without this equity funds being delivered to me, then I will not be able to pay any of the fees to the county that will be due or taxes that will be due in the upcoming 2 to 4 months. And that's just the facts of the matter. I will be forced to withdraw from the program. I do not have the funds. There are not sales coming in. No one has had any sales for many months. And any sales that are going to be happening now are the value of monetary return is so little compared to the cost of production that there is less than profit oftentimes, and so it will be impossible to pay. I'm sorry. I wish there was some other way to put it other than that, but unless this grant money is provided soon, we will not be renewing.
That concludes public expression. Chair Williams, did you also want to hear the one consent public comment we have now, or do you want to save that?
I'd like to save that. Let's go to 6A because I understand we have outside counsel available. And I'd like to hand the gavel over to Vice Chair McGorty, given that I'm sponsoring this item.
Thank you, Supervisor Williams. So this is the discussion and possible action, including reconsideration of the Board of Supervisors action on December 14th, 2021, approving item 4, consent calendar, items A through R, depicted in attachment A to this item. And Supervisor Williams, you may discuss this.
So in regards to both item 6A and 6B, the county has received a complaint alleging that the board's actions on December 14th, 2021, approving the employment agreement of the county council on the consent calendar and again later on in the agenda violated the Brown Act. In an abundance of caution, the board will revisit those actions.
Okay, so what is our next procedure on this?
You may want to call for a board comment.
Is there any comment from other board members? Is there any comment from staff?
Good morning, members of the Board of Supervisors. I'm Amy Ackerman from Rene Public Law Group. I just want to introduce myself. The board has asked us to come in and advise on these two items, and I'm available should there be any questions that you have regarding this matter.
Are there any questions from board members of Ms. Ackerman?
Vice Chair McGorty, yeah. So my question for Ms. Ackerman, so you're advising us on this. Are you recommending that we take the action that's on the agenda here?
Yes, I am.
Okay, Supervisor Haschak.
We need to take public comment?
Well, let's see.
I'm sorry, are you still, I apologize. Board members are still discussing.
Yes. Question from Supervisor Haschak.
Thank you, Vice Chair McGorty. So your recommendation, based on some of the complaints we've had about alleged Brown Act violation, is to reconsider this action for 4A?
That is correct.
Okay, and you'll be giving us counsel throughout this process to consideration of this contract?
Today's action is to rescind the vote and not to vote on the contract again. So at this point, we have been retained to just advise you at today's Brown Act action. But the clerk may have more information on this, or the executive.
Vice Chair McGorty, this is CO Angelo. I could elaborate if you would like.
Yes, please.
So as Chair Williams stated, the reason why this agenda item is here. So our attorney here, Ms. Ackerman, is only here representing the Board of Supervisors during this open session for these two action items, one being the reconsideration and one being the rescission. And these are the actions, the legislative actions that the board took on December 14th. So in this item, the recommended action as stated by Chair Williams is to reconsider the Board of Supervisors action on December 14th, 2021, adopting the consent calendar as depicted in attachment A. And upon the approval of the motion to reconsider, withdraw item 4C and adopt the balance of the consent calendar. So you would be adopting items 4A and B, and then items 4D and R, and authorize the chair to sign the same. So this is a reconsideration brought forward by your chair, Supervisor Williams, to reconsider the consent calendar and possibly cure any potential action that the board took on the 14th that may or may not have been appropriate. So that's what you're looking at. So it's basically adopting that consent calendar, providing the board agrees on the reconsideration, and adopting the consent calendar without that particular item. And we are not here today to talk about that item, the contract that was approved at that time. This is not an action that the board is taking. You are withdrawing, by taking this recommended action, you are withdrawing that contract. Thank you.
Other questions or comments? Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, pending a public comment, I'd like to move that we reconsider the Board of Supervisors action on December 14th, 2021, adopting the consent calendar as depicted in attachment A.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to take the proposed action. Is there public comment?
We do not have any public comment for this item.
Okay, then I will call for the vote.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
And Supervisor McGorty?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, next we'll move on to item 6B, which is discussion.
Hey, hang on. If I may, I'd like to move that we withdraw item 4C and adopt the balance of the consent calendar as depicted in attachment A, items 4A through B and 4D through R, and authorize the chair to sign same.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to upon approval of the motion to withdraw items 4C and adopt balance of the consent calendar depicted in attachment A, items 4B and 4D through R, and authorize the chair to sign the same. Is there any public comment?
There's no public comment on this item.
Then we'll have a call for the vote, please.
Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
Chair Jurdy? Or sorry, Chair Williams?
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
And Supervisor McGorty?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, now we'll move on to item 6B, which is discussion and possible action, including rescinding of the Board of Supervisors action on December 14, 2021, approving employment agreement between the County of Mendocino and Christian Curtis to serve as County Counsel for the term of August 9, 2020 through August 8, 2024, including compensation effective December 16, 2021 in the amount of $192,436 annually plus benefits. Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, again, this is to ensure that we have a clean record. And while I do support County Counsel being compensated as such, and I understand that his wages are based on his position prior to appointment as County Counsel, I think it's in the best move. It's best for the county that in an abundance of caution, we have a clean record.
Comment from other board members?
Yeah, just a comment. It's not normal that a department head would earn less than the deputy department head, and it's my understanding that the county counsel is the only county department head who's, for the last 6 months, has earned less than the deputy department head. But out of abundance of caution, I will support the motion.
Okay, so it's been moved and seconded.
Well, Yeah, just so for the benefit of the record, I'd like to move that we rescind the Board of Supervisors action on December 14th, 2021, approving employment agreement between the County of Mendocino and Christian M. Curtis to serve as County Counsel on the term of August 9th, 2020 through August 8th, 2024, including compensation effective December 26th, 2021 in the amount of $192,436 annually plus benefits.
Okay, now is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Any public comment?
Yes, there is. First on the line, we have Ron Edwards.
Ron, you can unmute and begin speaking when you're ready. Ron is no longer in the meeting, so that concludes public comment.
Right, in that case, I will call for the question. May we have a roll call vote?
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
Supervisor McGorty?
Yes.
And Chair Williams?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Right. In that case, I return the gavel over to Chairman Williams.
Did I hear a comment from CEO Angela?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Williams. I just wanted to be certain that your counsel, who is with you during these two items, Ms. Ackerman, has an opportunity to speak if there's anything further she would like to say.
Ms. Ackerman, do you have any comment?
I don't. It's been a pleasure being with you briefly, and happy to do this.
Thank you.
And Chair Williams, CEO Angelo, I believe that these two actions taken by the board today have certainly cured any perceived or potential Brown Act violations that may have occurred on December 14th, 2021. So thank you.
That's correct.
Okay, moving on. Agenda item number 4, the consent calendar. Do any supervisors have items to pull for either comment or separate consideration?
Yes, I would like to.
Hang on, I have Supervisor Jurdy and top of the queue.
Thank you. Just for comment, I just wanted to thank staff in HR and also at the Assessor Appraiser's Office for creating the position of appraiser technician. As I understand it, it's going to be similar to the planner technician position over at the planning department and allow for a wider variety of community members to apply for these two positions, and that these two positions will be very helpful to the 8 licensed appraisers that are in the appraiser's office and help catch up with what are really probably 2 decades of backlog in the assessor's office that's been going on for many years. So I see this as a key advantage and assistance to the assessor's office. So I'm hoping that we will get many applicants for these 2 positions.
Clerk, could you confirm that proper notice was established?
Proper notice has been established, and all correspondence received was either uploaded to the item, and we do have one verbal comment.
Okay, Supervisor Haschek.
Thank you. I'd like to pull item 4AD for discussion, and item 4C, I'd just like to recognize the proclamation for Positive Parenting Awareness Month.
Okay, Supervisor McGorty.
Just to comment on 4S is a very detailed report, and I think worthy eventually of a board discussion because mental health is so important to our county. We received so many comments on it of the need for us to do a good job, and I think the plan is quite comprehensive and interesting. but we won't hold it up for this meeting. And then also the other thing that I thought was really interesting and kind of neat was the item 4W, which was the approval of submission of application to basically encourage knowledge of pollinator diversity, which is interesting because Mendocino County as a place for wild bees and wild pollinators really stands out. We are one of the exceptional areas in California based on studies done by UC Berkeley. So it's great to see that we're doing something that is promoting and helping our wild pollinators. If you don't know, 1 out of every 3 bites of food that you eat is a result of a pollinator pollinating a flower. So it's very important to us, even though we, like so many things in our life, just don't even pay attention or maybe understand what's going on. So I just think that that's really fun, and thanks to the library for doing that.
Supervisor Haschek, go ahead with your comments.
All right. With item 4AD, it's adoption of a resolution finding that the state and local officials continue to recommend measures to promote social distancing in connection with public meetings. And I just wanted to, make sure that we're letting the community know that the board chambers are closed because of the coronavirus pandemic and now this Omicron variant, and that that's the only reason at this point. I certainly hope that we can, that the situation changes throughout and the pandemic gets better. But right now, it seems like we're in a position of, spiking rates across the country, and that the prudent thing to do is to keep it closed because of the pandemic. But I would like to revisit this next month and see how it goes, because I think that the public does have a desire to have the board chambers open. I think it's better for our process to be together. And so I would like to see this revisited in a month.
Do you have a comment on another item?
No, that was it.
Okay. Clerk, do we have any public comment?
We do. We have Carrie Shattuck on the line for item 4AD.
Okay, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
can
go
hear
ahead.
Hello, it's Carrie Shattuck again, and I'd like my comments added to the public record to reflect my utter lack of respect for this board. This is not a game. This is not what you were elected for. This is tyranny. Do you know the definition of tyranny? Let me tell you. Tyranny, unjust or oppressive governmental power. Just because our dictator Newsom makes executive orders that say you can keep meetings closed doesn't mean you have to or should. Just because he suspends the Brown Act doesn't mean you have to or should. This is up to the counties. Obviously, our county government bows to King Newsom and what little authority he has. You all have shown your complete lack of respect for the very people you were elected to represent. It's shameful, honestly. The people are fed up with your lack of integrity. Our county is suffering, and you have proven yet again that you do not care. You are not above us, but quite opposite below us. You should really look at the organizational chart of the county. The citizens are first. We are supposed to be the priority, yet meeting after meeting, you prove otherwise. Where is the transparency? There is none. You all get your $859,000 budget for your paychecks and show time and again that you could care less about the ones who pay that check. This county can't afford its budget. The county is the second largest employer in this county. How does that make sense? The cannabis industry here has collapsed. What do you think next year's budget is going to look like when we are not a business-friendly county, already having lost 21% of businesses between January and July of 2021? When the lack of cannabis funds that have been the backbone of this county finally catches up, it's going to be catastrophic. Yet here we are, still locked out. You don't want to hear it, and most definitely not in person. It's so convenient for you all to only have to hear from the people that sign up ahead of time, not even knowing what's going to be said. None of you have even ever responded to any of my comments except by email. on these meetings, and I've spoke at every single one over the last few months. I doubt that would be the case if we were in person. Instead, you hide behind your screens and say nothing, and it's going to continue into the new year. I suggest you really look at the numbers of COVID. Less people have died from COVID than die every year of the average flu. We're not in a pandemic. Do some research. Thank you.
That concludes public comment for the consent calendar.
I entertain a motion.
I'll move to approve the consent calendar.
Second.
Roll call vote.
Supervisor Mulhern,
Yes.
Supervisor McGorty,
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy,
Yes.
Chair Williams,
Yes.
and Supervisor Hashak.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay. Agenda item 5C, discussion and possible action, including adoption of the 2022 Board of Supervisors Master Meeting Calendar, and the Executive Office will introduce.
Good morning, Chair Williams, members of the board. The item before you today is adoption of the master meeting calendar as presented, or any amendments if you have any.
Supervisor Jurdy.
Yeah, I spoke with Deputy Clerk and CEO Angela yesterday about the calendar, and just looking at it, I understand there's a great challenge in developing the calendar. You have county holidays, you have CSAC conferences, you have all sorts of things to kind of work around. But looking at this calendar versus the actual as amended calendar from last year we had 42 full all-day meetings and 2 half-day meetings. This calendar proposes 20, I think it's 25 meetings. And I think it just is not plausible that we could get all the business done in 25 meetings, days of meetings. My understanding from talking with staff over the years is that it's easiest for them to accommodate additional meetings with, say, a Monday, Tuesday schedule, rather than adding another Tuesday in, given, again, all those state holidays, county holidays, and other meetings that they're working around. So I asked staff yesterday to look at adding 1 Monday meeting each month, so that we get 3 meetings a month. And I think that would that'd be less than last year, but we don't have the cannabis ordinance like we had last year. And so I think with 3 meetings a month, adding 1 Monday meeting a month, we could accommodate the business of the county.
Supervisor McGorty.
So I'm wondering if we can move 1 meeting where I have a conflict, and that's the July 16th. No, wait.
I believe you said the 19th, Supervisor
19th.
McGorty.
Sorry, not July 19th meeting, if we can move that from the 19th to the 26th.
Maybe we could get a straw poll on making that change now.
That is not a problem.
I have no objections.
Okay, that's a majority.
Chair Williams, if I may, to the other point made by Supervisor Jurdy, and I do understand his concern about time, I will say that it is much easier to add a meeting than it is to cancel one. I'll say that, and just remind the board that for the last couple of years, we have had COVID updates that took half of a day or entire days, just kind of depending on where we were at in the pandemic. So that is something to consider when thinking about adding an entire day for another meeting.
McGorty.
I'm sorry, I need to put my hand down.
So I agree with Supervisor Jurdy that we likely need more meetings than we have scheduled. I don't, in the beginning of January, I'm not sure where those would be, because I think in the past, the COVID updates and sheltering necessities and cannabis have spurred a lot of the additional meetings. And I can't foresee that being the case this year. There may be something else that comes up, but I wonder if it's better to add the meetings as we find the need, rather than setting them in stone today. Any thoughts? Mulhern?
I agree that we could add them later instead of setting them in stone. And it doesn't necessarily have to be a Monday either. I mean, I think it just depends on what the topic is and what the urgency and our timelines are. So I'm happy to be flexible as the need for additional meetings arises.
Clerk or CEO?
Thank you, Chair Williams. This is CEO Angelo. I wanted to comment as well. I think you've taken care of the July conflict and still determining whether we're going to add meetings today or in the future. The board, there was a suggestion with the ad hoc regarding the department head performance evaluations. And over the course of the last couple years with COVID and also with many of the items that have come forward, that the regular annual performance evaluations may or may not have been done. So there was a time when everybody received a performance evaluation, including myself, every year. But through COVID, that slipped somewhat. So there was a suggestion that we schedule 2 days of closed session where the board does the performance evaluations on the department heads. This is not unusual because even the department heads that report to me, I will bring into the Board of Supervisors over the past decade. And certainly the department heads that report to the board members do go before the board. So the reason I bring this up is that we had originally scheduled 2 days the end of January. The clerk scheduled it. It was a good time. It looked good. But when Human Resources and the Executive Office looked at what needed to be done and the preparation with the department heads for those 2 days of closed session performance evals, it was clear that we needed additional time. So I bring this to the board because we still, I believe there still is a desire by this board to start the year off with the Board of Supervisors doing the performance evaluations on the department heads. And 2 days of closed session should be able to complete that process. So I think that we would need January to work with the department heads to get their goals and objectives going forward for this board. So we would have to potentially add 2 days back-to-back of closed session in February or in March. So I bring that up. If you're going to go ahead and add a Monday per month, that week that you have the 2 full days of closed session, that may be a month that you would want to skip adding a Monday. And then again, for this board, would you like to schedule that for February, March, or later? I would suggest the beginning of the year, just as some of you have discussed, you would want to start the year off with having those discussions with the department heads so they understand the goals and objectives that the board has and how you would like them to meet those goals and objectives. Thank you.
Supervisor McGordy.
So I think we probably will need to add more meetings as time goes on, and rather than schedule them now, I think we can wait as they come up. We will have a strategic plan to implement. We will be replacing our CEO. We still have to decide if we're going to be CEO, CAO. So there'll be a lot of structural things for us to face this year with the formation of our administrative office. So I know those meetings will come up. I think we're better to wait a little bit. I do agree with CEO Angela that we probably should have discussions with the department chairs earlier rather than later in the year. And I think we need to be flexible.
30.
So I would recommend if we're looking at the early part of the year, again, this is what CEO Angela is referring to is actually in county ordinance for the CEO that the Board of Supervisors will participate in closed session and consulting with the CEO on the performance of the departments and department managers. I'd recommend that we look at the last week of February because if we were to look at the last Thursday and Friday of February, that there would be no conflicts with other boards that we serve on. Possibly on the 4th Wednesday, but I know that the fourth Thursday and Friday of the month. There should be no committees that any of us serve on. Along the same lines, the standing committees are scheduled for the first Monday in February, which will conflict with 2 board members serving on LAFCO and 2 board members serving on MCOG. So that, in my opinion, needs to be moved to a different date.
CEO.
Thank you, Chair Williams. I also wanted to say I don't want to negate the desire of Supervisor Mulheron to bring the ad hoc committee recommendations to this board. And I know that there was the thinking that we could do this on January 4th, which just came up too fast to get that agendized. So I would ask Supervisor Mulheron if the 25th works for the ad hoc report out, or you would like to schedule some time before that. The other option, of course, is we would be looking at February 1st, and certainly the 2 days of closed session. The difference there, and I appreciate Supervisor Jurdy bringing up the fact that over the years, this is in ordinance, in the CEO ordinance, and what we have done. The difference is that we would schedule 2 full days and do all of those performance evaluations during those 2 full days. So that would be the difference. So anyway, I'd like to just turn it back over to you, Chair Williams, and ask if Supervisor Mulheron wanted to comment on the desire of the ad hoc to come forward with a report before the 25th. Thank you.
Supervisor Mulheron, any comment?
I believe it can wait for the 25th, given that we're having the ongoing discussion today.
Do we have any public comment on this item?
We do not.
Would someone like to make a motion?
So my question is, would we not want, since we talked about having two days of closed session, would we not want to add that to the calendar now? It looks like the end of February would work with the department heads and with HR.
I would support it. Do you want to note those days and make a motion?
Well, I would move to approve the consent or the calendar for 2022, the master calendar, with 3 amendments. One is moving the standing committee meeting of February 7th, the first Monday of the February, to another date to be determined, either Monday the 28th, and also adding 2 special meetings for purposes of performance evaluation of the department heads on February 24th and February 25th.
Second, and with the addition of changing the July 19th to July 26th.
Correct. Thank you for that.
Supervisor Haschak, did you have a comment?
No, I was just going to agree with that.
Okay. Clerk, can you conduct a roll call?
Yes. Supervisor McGorty?
Yes.
Supervisor Haschak?
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
Chair Williams?
Yes.
And Supervisor Mulheron?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, we're on to agenda item 5D. This is discussion and possible action, including adoption of a resolution adopting the Board of Supervisors rules and procedures, and the executive office will introduce.
Chair Williams, thank you. This is every year during the organizational meeting, we come forward with the rules of procedure. Some years there are some minor changes to the rules, and some years there are no changes. And at this time, I actually would like to turn this agenda item over to Lindsay Doherty. Lindsay Doherty has been our senior clerk of the board for a couple years now, and she will be leaving us. This is actually her last meeting with us, I believe. So if it's okay with you, Chair Williams, I would like to turn this item over to senior clerk Lindsay Doherty. Thank you.
Yes. Welcome, Lindsay.
Thank you, Chair Williams. And thank you, CEO Angelo. While I have the opportunity, I would like to say that this county has given so much to me and to my family, and that it has been an absolute honor to serve in this capacity, and I'm thankful. Thank you. Moving on to the rules of procedure, I would like to just bring your attention to a couple of minor changes. What we've really done here is we've taken the annual rules of procedure and made a few minor edits for clarification, and also just to sort of bring our county up to the current century in terms of gender-specific language. So you'll notice that much of these red lines are removing gender-specific language from our rules of procedure, as we've done with most of our internal documents and our minutes. We also have just inserted a couple of clarifying statements, such as a clarification on what a directive is and how it is obtained, clarification on posting continuations for special meetings as well as regular meetings, clarifying that a deputy chief executive officer may sit in the capacity of a chief executive officer or administrative officer. And so you've all had an opportunity to review these changes, and I'd like to just be here for questions if there are any.
Any board comments?
I have no questions, and I wanted to thank Lindsay for her service. I appreciate the changes that have been made, not only to this document, but to other rules and procedures, and trying to update the County of Mendocino. If there's any public comment, I would receive that, and of course, make a motion to approve the changes.
Supervisor Haschak.
Right, I'd like to thank Lindsay for her work as a deputy clerk over the last year or so. It's been great. And she's certainly held her position in times of stress and, kind of wild scenes. So it's very comforting to have her in that position, and we'll miss her immensely. I would like to make an addition to the proposed changes, and it would be that we do not make motions until public comment is made. I think that public comment should be part of the discussion and the clarifications. And I think that when we make motions before that happens, it's a disservice to the public and our process. So I think in Rule 20 that it should state that motions should be made after public comment.
So Supervisor Haschak, I'm a little bit torn on that. Case by case, I think there are times when it makes sense. But I think there are also occasions where not making it clear where the board is likely to go provokes a lot more public comment than what's necessary. And so there's some public benefit in getting a sense of the direction the board is headed before they make their comments. Any other thoughts from supervisors?
Well, I think that you're correct in that the public should have an idea of where we're going, but when we make a motion, it certainly frames the whole discussion, and I think it limits our options in a way. And I think it's better public policy to just wait.
McGordy.
So as a matter of procedure, so if you have a motion that's been made and seconded, and then you have public comment, you still have the option to amend the motion, is that correct?
That's correct.
So does that address some of that issue?
Well, I don't think so, really, because I think that you're setting you put the motion out, and to change it after public comment is not as likely as if we waited until public comment was made and then made the motion.
Supervisor Mulhern.
I agree with Chair Haschak in considering public comment. I think that, as was mentioned, though, being able to move the discussion forward is also important, especially when a topic may be non-controversial. And I think that adding, pending public comment, or the fact that all 5 supervisors know that any motion can be amended, we certainly receive in our agenda proposed motions every single meeting, so the public generally knows what the intent is behind an agenda item, and then hearing our conversations and then the whatever the public might present could certainly change a motion. I just don't know where it would necessarily need to be inserted. I think it's, part of the elected's role to hear and receive that comment, the public comment, but just to move the agenda items forward as well. I'm just not sure that it needs to be listed in the rules of procedures at this point.
Do we have any public comment on this item?
We do not.
Supervisor Haschak.
Thank you. I also had another one, is that my understanding from, well, in the rules of procedure, that the ad hocs are supposed to report out monthly or at each meeting. And so I'm just wanting to confirm what we discussed the other meeting about, that the supervisors would do written reports about the ad hocs monthly, and that would be part of the CEO report. So is that an understanding we have as a board? Because I do think that the public benefits from knowing what the ad hocs are doing. And I don't think that we've been giving clear reports about what we've been, we haven't been updating the public. I think it needs to be done. And so I want to make sure that either a written report or a verbal report happens at least monthly for each ad hoc.
Supervisor Jordy.
I would support that, making the amendment. Supervisor Haschak, where in the document would that go?
Let me check on the rule, but it is a rule that there's supposed to be a report out from the ad hocs at each meeting.
So are you just looking for confirmation that we keep the current language as is?
Yes.
Okay.
And that we adhere to it.
Supervisor McGuarty.
I support that as well. I think it's important for us to, if we're doing ad hocs, to communicate either written or verbally. And I'm okay with having it in the CEO's report.
So it sounds like there's consensus to keep the language as is. Are there any other comments?
I'll just say it's Rule 31, and it says status reports from ad hoc committees shall be made to the board at each regular meeting and may be submitted to the clerk of the board in writing.
Okay, so we'll keep that as is.
Well,
Supervisor Jordy.
Well, if we're adopting these rules at the beginning of the year and we know that we're not going to be giving a verbal report at every single meeting, and we're more likely to be giving a written report that would be pure monthly, I think we should say can be made to the board at each regular meeting and should be submitted to the clerk of the board in writing monthly. Because that's really our intent, is that we're intending to give a written report monthly, but at any one meeting we could give an update. I think is the intent of the rule.
Is that a motion?
I would move to approve the rules with that amendment.
Second that.
Supervisor Haschak.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. And I think maybe we should also say that we'll do it at the first meeting of the month. And that way everyone's clear about when that's going to happen.
Would the maker of the motion advise?
Yeah, I'm fine with that. And just that would then require the CEO's report to be available at the first meeting of the month. I'm not clear actually when if it already is at the first meeting of the month.
I know I'd be okay with that too as a seconder.
CEO Angelo, can you remind us when your report will be available throughout the year?
Thank you, Chair Williams. Usually the report is either the second or the third meeting during the month, depending on how many meetings we have. However, the difference between the CEO report maybe and your ad hoc reports is that if something comes up, the CEO report may change to a different meeting that month. So I think the way you're doing it, you could either attach it to the CEO report, which would be once a month, and it may be the first or the second meeting, or you could just submit your ad hoc reports and we can just have them, as part of your supervisor's reports or however you choose to do it. So I guess what I'm saying is that the CEO report is really based on what is happening, what is occurring. If there's a new key issue, it may come out sooner in the month, it may come out later based on what's happening. So I know that that's not a good answer to your question, but that's how it's handled. So you could either attach the ad hoc reports to the CEO report, knowing that it wouldn't be specific that would be the first meeting of every month, or you could do it separately, your ad hoc reports.
Supervisor Haschak.
I think it should be separate, and we should just submit these to the clerk of the board, and it should be a standalone document. It's not the CEO's report, it's the ad hoc committee's reports. So if we were consistent and just said, okay, first meeting of the month, we will have a standalone document that is the updates on ad hocs, that would probably be a better way to proceed.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Rule 32 also requires that we submit reports in writing, which typically during the board meeting, I comment that my report is in writing on my website each week. So I'm not sure if the maker of the motion and the seconder also wanted to change the language in Rule 32 regarding this topic and how that works with your discussion regarding ad hoc committees.
Can we go to Doherty?
Yeah, this is Deputy Clerk Lindsay Doherty. I would just echo the sentiments of CEO Angelo and say that if you wanted this to be a standalone document, attaching it to supervisors' reports would seem a prudent way to do that.
That's Chuck.
Just to comment on what Supervisor Mulhern said, I think that these need to be public documents. They need to be part of our agenda, and they need to be a part of the supervisor reports. If you put it on your website or whatever at home, that's not fulfilling our obligation to meet everyone. Not everyone's going to go to the 2nd District Supervisor's website. So I think they ought to be all together and as part of the supervisor reports.
Clerk, can we hear the motion read back?
Currently, what I have captured is to adopt the resolution adopting the board's rules of procedure with amendments to Rule 31 as stated in open session, which in this case is amending Rule 31 to change that can be made to should be submitted to the clerk of the board monthly in writing.
Can we all live with that? Clerk, let's conduct a vote.
Okay, and just to clarify, first was Supervisor Haschak and the second was Glenn McGorty?
Yes.
Correct.
Okay, Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Supervisor McGorty?
Yes.
Supervisor Haschak?
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
And Chair Williams?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, I think this is a good time for a break. Let's come back at 11:10. Does that work for everyone? Okay.
Yes, it does.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares.
We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromised immune system. I urge you to get vaccinated to become a protector of our elders and Native community.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County.
The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike
or sound alike,
but we are all one community.
During this pandemic, we need to be kind to one another
and keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
And by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this!
हम सब कर सकते हैं.
ये bet में आया. Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros. E de maneira que sabiam.
A gente pode fazer isso.
Yun robrum knia.
Wamanya mape.
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
નમસ્તે, આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
हामी यो गर्न सक्छौँ.
Yeah, yeah, all day.
At 11:10 on agenda item 5E, discussion and possible approval of board special assignments and appointments as recommended by the chair of the board executive office.
Yes, this is Atlas Pearson, Deputy Clerk of the Board. Before you, you have our draft 2022 special assignments roster up for approval. We've used that, gathering input from you, the chair, and we're open if you have any questions.
Supervisor Haschak.
Yeah, the North Coast Railroad Authority, that was my #1 pick. And we've had 2 seats on there. And so I certainly think that for the representation of my district, which has a lot of the proposed Great Redwood Trail going through it, it's critical that I be on the NCRA. I don't care if it's a public appointment or the supervisor appointment. So,
Clerk, can you refresh us on the current plan?
Yes. So in speaking with you, we did notice that there were 2 that we didn't have. One of them was the NCRA. We do have a second seat on that. It's my understanding that we would move forward with appointing Supervisor Haschak to that. The second, brought to us by Supervisor Mulhern, was the MTA board. We generally do have an alternate seat on that. And it's my understanding that Supervisor Haschak would be appointed as the alternate.
Are there any other comments or requests for change modification? Supervisor Jurdy.
With this list, which looks pretty good, will we also be making appointments to the General Government and Public Health and Safety Resources Committees?
That is a separate item.
Is there any public comment?
No, there is not.
Can I invite a motion?
A move to basically adopt the assignments that's presented.
and that would be, I'll second it with those changes we made that were noted.
Supervisor Jurdy.
Sorry, I would need to lower the hand.
Okay. Clerk, let's have a roll call vote.
Supervisor Mulhern,
Yes.
Chair Williams,
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy,
Yes.
Supervisor Haschak,
Yes.
and Supervisor McGorty.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, on to item 5F, discussion and possible adoption of resolution regarding board standing committees for 2022 and adoption of the standing committee's master meeting calendar for 2022. Sponsored by the Executive Office.
Okay, this is another annual item that we have coming forward for you today, Chair Williams. This is going to be adoption of 2 standing committees, as well as adoption of their master schedule with the noted amendment made by Supervisor Jurdy earlier in the meeting today.
Supervisor Haschak.
Yes. So the Public Health, Safety, and Resources Standing Committee, it lists Health and Human Services Agency, and I think that that should be updated. So shouldn't it list the Health and Human Services and then Public Health and Behavioral Health?
This is Atlas Pearson, Deputy Clerk of the Board. I do have operational oversight of boards and commissions, so I'm going to jump in here if that's all right with Senior Deputy Doherty.
Yes, go ahead, Atlas.
So at this time, the HHSA has not been officially dissolved. It's my understanding that there has been some talk of that, but being that that has not technically happened yet, We are suggesting that you move forward with appointing somebody to the HHSA Advisory Board. And then whenever they break off into those separate ones, we could bring an item back for supervisor appointments to those.
Okay. And then I'm also wondering if, since cannabis is now a department, that it should be listed in the public health, safety, and resources list.
So I guess I would have some concern about that. I think the amount of time we spend on cannabis is just out of proportion. There's so many other issues that may invite that standing committee to focus on cannabis at every opportunity. And a lot of the cannabis problems are at a state level. And I have empathy for the farmers who are on the losing end of state policy, but I don't know if we can fix a lot of those state issues locally. Any other supervisors have comment?
Well, I'd like to respond to that if possible.
Go for it.
Yeah, this doesn't have to do with state. It has to do with how we're dealing with our county programs. We've already lost, we've spent time on cannabis issues already today. It is a department. If we don't want to deal with it like we're dealing with other departments, then I don't know what that says about us, but I've been requesting a standing committee for cannabis alone, that the standing committees meet when there's an issue that we agree that needs to be dealt with. And the Public Health, Safety, and Resources Committee did not meet once last year. And so I don't think we're going to overwhelm anyone. And I think that it needs to be treated just like any other department.
Supervisor McGordy, did you have your hand up?
Yes, I did. So cannabis is a difficult situation because it's still in development. So it's not kind of like some of the other departments. We're still kind of finding our way through it. It needs attention. It needs fostering. I think the approach we're taking of addressing specific problems as they come up, like the equity grants and the portal, is a really good way to go. Standing committees may ultimately be a solution, but for right now, I'm comfortable with where we're at. I don't want to put it in some sort of second-rate status, but I also feel that it, at this point in its development, needs special fostering, which is why I've agreed to serve on ad hocs with Supervisor Hasjack to try to move things forward as we come across monumental problems that really need attention. So I'm kind of happy with the status of things as they are now, personally.
Did you call me, Mr. Chair?
I did, I'm sorry.
That's okay, thank you. I agree with Supervisor McGordy. I also really strongly believe that at this point, we are still building cannabis policy, and that needs to be done with the 5 board members and not be a special assignment.
Is there public comment on this item?
There is not.
Not seeing any more hands. Can I entertain a motion? Supervisor Jurdy.
Well, we see the schedule, the calendar published, but I don't see the recommended supervisors for each of the 2 committees on the agenda item.
Clerk, would you like to respond?
Lindsay, you're muted.
Thank you, Atlas. Yes, Chair Williams, we do need recommendations for members of the 2 standing committees, please.
Supervisor Hasjack.
Well, I would make a motion to include cannabis as a department in the Public Health, Safety, and Resources Standing Committee.
Is there a second? Okay, not seeing a second, motion dies. Supervisor Mulhern.
I guess I would like to nominate myself for the General Government Committee. I feel like I still had some work that I was doing on there with you, Chair Williams, and I'd like to continue that.
Supervisor Jurdy.
Well, I'd be happy to serve on either of the two committees this year. I'm not chair this year, and but I'm also looking to county council because this is probably a tricky issue that comes up every time you change assignments. Are there carry forward items that let's say the General Government Committee was working on? If I was to be on that committee, would that create any Brown Act issues, or are there workarounds on that? There must be, I would think.
Yeah, and if I may respond, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
When we're dealing with the standing committees, it's less complicated than we're dealing with the ad hoc committees, because we're already dealing with matters that the two committee members would not be able to have spoken to each other about in private, and which any of the members of the rest of the board would have been able to watch. So I don't foresee that being a problem. I will just double check, make sure there's no additional processes we need. But if we're talking about a standing committee assignment, I don't see that as a problem.
Supervisor McGordy.
So I don't know exactly how many people serve on the standing committees. How many supervisors?
Two.
Okay. I'd be willing to work on the public health, safety, and resources.
Would someone make a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Supervisor.
I'll make a motion that Supervisors McGordy and Haschak serve on the public health, safety, and resources, and that Supervisors Mulheron and Jurdy serve on the general government.
Second.
Okay, there's a first and a second. Any further comment? Seeing none, clerk, can you conduct a vote?
Yeah, this is Atlas Pearson, Deputy Clerk of the Board. I just want to clarify, this is option number 1, correct? To appoint these members pursuant to historical practice and adopt the resolution and authorize chair to sign same?
The first and second agree?
Yes.
Okay, yes.
Okay, Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
Supervisor Haschak?
Yes.
Supervisor McGordy?
Yes.
And Chair Williams?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank
Okay.
you.
We're on to item 5H, discussion possible action regarding 3 additional committees. This is the Public Policy Facilitating Committee, National Marine Fisheries Service, and Sonoma County Water Agency. The sponsor is the Executive Office.
So this is Lindsay Doherty, Senior Deputy Clerk of the Board. Chair Williams, this is another annual item that comes forward at the beginning of every year. Supervisor McGordy can probably speak to this a little more than I can. This is the board that he has been serving on. And at this time every year, we either make new appointments to this board or we affirm existing appointments. And at this time, all we are asking is that we affirm the existing appointments.
Any board comment? Supervisor Jurdy.
I would support reappointments.
Supervisor McGordy.
So actually last year, we really didn't have any business. This is kind of a special committee that deals with things like biological opinions on the Russian River in terms of flow of water to preserve salmonid habitat and things like this. So it's a fairly technical committee that doesn't always meet, but it acts as an interface between the county, Sonoma County Water Agency, and the Army Corps of Engineers, the feds, and everybody when we need to discuss water flow issues and water allotments on the Russian River, just so you know what this is. And last year we did not meet.
Clerk, is there any public comment on this item?
No, there is not.
Can I entertain a motion?
Move to approve reappointments.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Supervisor Haschak, do you have your hand up?
No, that was just to make the motion.
Okay. Clerk, let's have a vote.
Supervisor McGordy?
Yes.
Supervisor Haschak?
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
And Chair Williams?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Clerk, can you advise us? We're about 36 minutes ahead of schedule. Should we adjourn to closed session with a working lunch now, or should we take one more item?
The consensus in the room is to continue and do another item.
Okay. Let's move on to item 6C, discussion on possible action, including acceptance of presentation of the local child care development plan for 2021 through 2026. And the sponsor, Supervisor Haschek.
Yes, thank you. So this is the local child care development plan, and it needs to be presented. It's a 5-year plan, and I think Kristen Hill is on the line to present.
They're not currently on the line. We are looking into it.
Maybe this could be brought back later if we can't find Ms. Hill.
In the meantime, Chair Williams, we could move to the ledge update with Deputy CEO Judy Morris.
Okay, Supervisor Jurdy.
I was just going to suggest the same thing.
Yeah, okay. Let's move on to 5G, legislative update.
Okay. Oops.
Judy, you're muted.
Okay, sorry about that. Happy New Year, Chair Williams and Vice Chair McGordy and board members. I would be happy to present this at the moment. However, I do have Paul Yoder to join us, and he's scheduled to join us around 1:30. So I don't know if there's a shorter item that could go ahead of us at the moment, but that would be my request or concern.
Okay. What about item 60, Supervisors Reports? Do we have any? Okay, not seeing any. Can the Executive Office advise, are any of the items ready to be heard?
Chair Williams, we're looking at that right now. Just give us a couple minutes here.
Supervisor Haschek.
Yes, thank you. As far as the chair or supervisor reports, that during the break or between the holidays, Supervisor Jurdy and I met as the housing ad hoc, and we met with planning and building. And Supervisor Jurdy can talk about the person coming on as the housing czar. And also the strategic planning group met, and we're talking about the strategic planning town halls that are going to take place tonight, tomorrow, and Thursday at 6 o'clock each evening. So, or is it 5 o'clock?
It's 5 o'clock. It's
5 o'clock.
Yeah,
sorry about that. From 5 to 6:30 or 6:15. And so hopefully people can attend those and give community input into the strategic planning process. Supervisor Jurdy, did you want to add about the housing meeting we had?
If I could, yeah, thank you. So we've had at least a couple of meetings now with that planning department, and our most recent meeting was with Assistant Director Julia Ackerkrog. And among other things, we discussed, she informed us that the department now will soon have a staff person largely dedicated to implementing the county's housing element, working on housing, interfacing on housing projects. And that's Rob Fitzsimmons, who will be moving from the Cannabis department over to the Planning and Building department. So that's, in my mind, really good news, because for years we've wanted one point of contact in the planning department to help implement the county's housing element, to work with agencies, nonprofits that want to develop housing and developers that want to develop housing. And now we soon will have that person. So that's great news.
Any other supervisors reports? Okay, back to CEO.
Chair Williams, I believe we have Sheriff Kendall on the line, who is available to do item 5I regarding the Fallen Peace Officers Memorial.
Excellent.
Anthony, can you let Sheriff Kendall's in? Great, thank you.
Sheriff Kendall, would you introduce the item?
Thank you, Chair Williams. The item is for a peace officer memorial to be set here in Mendocino County. The idea behind the Peace Officer Memorial began several years ago with Sheriff Allman and our District Attorney David Eister. Our DA provided asset forfeiture funds to the Sheriff's Office, which we were going to match and purchase this Peace Officer Memorial. Began working towards that, it's about 7 years ago now. There have been some questions about the location of it, and finally it was decided that it would be at the Sheriff's Office because we have a lot of peace officers that come here, booking prisoners into jail, going to meetings, going to trainings, things like that. I believe that the Peace Officer Memorial is something that needs to occur. There's only a few of us left at the Sheriff's Office who worked with Deputy Bob Davis. There's fewer and fewer every year folks who worked with Deputy Del Fiorentino. As we continue through the years, those people get fewer and fewer. I think we need to honor our fallen officers and be clear. There's much worse things in this life than an honorable death. I think that all the deputies who work for me know and understand that before they take on the oath of office. I think it'll also show to our communities that we care about those folks who have made the ultimate sacrifice for us. My undersheriff, Darren Brewster, has been working on the financing and whatnot. I was hoping that the county could take on a small portion of it and set the foundation. However, if that's not possible, Undersheriff Brewster, I believe, has a solution for funding to that. I can turn it over to you, Darren.
Chair Williams and board, good afternoon. So the Bell Memorial's cost is approximately a little over $95,000 for the monument itself. That money is comprised of non-general fund dollars. 60,000 of that comes from the DA's office, and then the remainder of that would come out of our asset forfeiture funds. I'm guessing the rub with the board on this is the installation of the Peace Officer Memorial, which is, I'm guessing, between 20 to 30,000 to install. If the county is unable to finance that, we can come up with our public donations and asset forfeiture money to pay for that amount as well.
Supervisor Journey.
I just have a couple questions. I think we've probably all seen the memorial for veterans at the county museum in Willits, and just from reading the description, it sounds like it may look a little bit similar to this. Could you just give us a visual on what it would look like?
Certainly. The memorial itself is actually kind of three pieces, and I'd say that they're roughly 3 feet tall. They're very similar to the Veterans Memorial. We have a centerpiece and then a piece along each side. We have the names of our local peace officers who have perished that will be inscribed on those. I don't have that list in front of me. And it will be comprised of marble with some blue stones in it and black lettering.
Okay, thanks. So it will look somewhat similar to the memorial in Willits.
Yes, it'll actually be pretty similar to it in the design and the height and everything else.
And then the other question I had was, I just didn't see in the description where would it be visible? So I'm assuming it'll be visible for members of the public.
Yes, it'll be basically placed. If you're familiar with the sheriff's office, which I know you are, our flagpole is to the left of the walkway. The memorial would be placed to the right of the walkway, and it would be facing so that when people drive into the parking lot, It'll be kind of set at about a 45-degree angle to where our parking lot meets with Low Gap Road so that it would be visible to the public when they drove in.
Supervisor McGordy.
So it's shocking to think that we lose law enforcement people here in Mendocino County. We think of this as a relatively safe place, but I know that's not the case. And, we appreciate the risks that law enforcement people take every day when they go out because they don't know who or what they're going to meet, and it's our deepest hope that they come home safe. And we really don't want anybody to get hurt in the course of the day. So I thoroughly support us taking a part in putting this together, and I moved that we help in the installation of this monument to cover the cost.
We may need a little more specificity on the motion, if that's a motion.
Okay, well, I would move that we help to install the monument at the sheriff's office, and that the county covers the cost of installation.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, and then I saw Supervisor Mulhern had her hand up.
Well, I had my hand up before.
Go right ahead, Supervisor Hescheck.
Yeah, I thank Sheriff Kendall for bringing this forward, especially since it's Peace Officer Appreciation Month. And certainly no one wants to see anyone lose their life in the line of duty. That's a horrific thought and idea. But thank you for bringing this forward. I think it's needed, since we have had the loss of life in the line of duty, and we have the one up in Willits for veterans from Vietnam, and that's certainly moving and a tribute to our county. And I think this would be a welcome addition. So thank you.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you, Sheriff, for bringing this item forward. When I was reviewing the agenda item and looking at the memorial that's in the agenda, I didn't recognize a couple of the names. And so I just had a thought it would be nice if we have somebody that could maybe do a biography or short blurb on whom they are and place that on the Mendocino Sheriff website so that people could go and learn more about these officers.
Absolutely. And we have that wall in my office at the sheriff's office where we have those biographies of those fallen peace officers. And so we can absolutely load that up on the website so that people can associate the names with what actually happened.
Do we have any public comment on this item?
We do. First in the line is Ron Edwards, followed by Michael Katz.
Good afternoon, board. I appreciate the opportunity to comment on this. I appreciate and do respect the job that the peace officers do in trying this. And with so many things on the budget, I know that these seemingly small amounts, $95,000 is not a small amount, would be looked at possibly in the jail expansion of keeping deputies safer. So I think that we should have some type of memorial. I'm just concerned about the cost at $95,000 and some of the source of the fundings. Thank you.
It appears that was, we actually called for comment on 5L, but being that we've already called on him, Michael Katz, did you have any comments to offer on this item?
No, I have no comment. Thank you.
That concludes public comment.
Supervisor Haschak.
Thank you. So I'm just trying to figure out the funding for this. And, according to the budget clarification, there's no impact to general fund. And so with that 95,000, what I'm hearing is that there would be an extra 30,000 needed or something for the foundation of it. And there's a possibility that could be asset forfeiture money So could you clarify that, Sheriff Kendall, please? Or Under Sheriff Brewster?
I can clarify it. Actually, Under Sheriff Brewster's done about 85% of the work on this, and so I'd like for him to weigh in on it.
Supervisor Hatchak, can you ask your question again, please?
Well, what I'm reading from the budget summary is that no impact to the general fund, that all the money would be from the state asset forfeiture money. And but I hear that we need another $20,000 or $30,000 for the foundation. So
Yeah, so there is no general fund money for the monument itself. It is for the installation. That if the county agreed to put up that 20 to 30,000, depending on what facilities comes up with, it would either have to come through general fund if you approved, or we would find a way to pay for that through a public donation or asset forfeiture. The issue with using asset forfeiture for us is that there is that's what's used for us for training for law enforcement and for getting tools that are needed that are of big expense. So as we use that for other items, then our ability to use that for training and equipment dwindles, of course.
thank you.
Any further comment? Clerk, can you read back the motion?
This is Atlas Pearson, Deputy Clerk of the Board. I do have a clarification to the maker of the motion. Was your intention to move the recommended action? I'm sorry, I don't think there was enough level of detail.
Sure, it was to move the recommended action plus provide funding for the installation of the monument from the general fund.
And does the second agree?
Chair Williams?
Go ahead.
Yes.
This is CO Angelo. The only question, we can't take the motion as it is. You have the recommended motion and you want to amend it. There has to be a dollar amount or at least an up to dollar amount, and also stated where that money is to come from. And then you have a recommended action. But those two pieces of information need to be in the motion. Thank you.
Supervisor McGordy, would you like to restate?
I'd restate the motion, recommended action up to $25,000 for installation. And I need some help trying to figure out where in the budget this might be taken from.
Yeah. Chair Williams, that would be general fund. I'm not quite sure where that money would come from. And I'm looking at Assistant CEO Darcy Antle, and we have not worked on this, so I can't say where that money would come from. So I asked Darcy here.
Darcy Antle, Assistant CEO. I believe at this time we would be looking at any carry forward that would be presented at mid-year.
Supervisor, I'm sorry, Sheriff Kendall.
Thank you, Chair Williams. I think that if my undersheriff and I put our heads together and start working on locations of asset forfeiture funding as well as public donations, that we can carry the water on this. And we appreciate you even considering to help us with the foundation. But if it puts us back out and not moving forward on it, there's a chance that the price could go up. We've seen a lot of issues with marble going through the roofs, and some things have been happening at the federal government level. And so we'd be more than happy to continue working on the price of setting the foundation. But if we could be okay to go into contract with the company to build the monument today, that would be great. And then we've had some very large asset forfeiture cases over the last couple of years that could come to fruition, but we normally don't try to bank on those. Honestly, I think that there would be a lot of donations of public funds to help us with the foundation as well.
So Sheriff Kendall, if I'm hearing right, you'd like us to pass the recommended action today, and we can all regroup about how to cover the installation cost at a future time.
Yeah, I think that would be great. And then also we can get with facilities and they can get us some prices, because these things are going to have to be set with a crane. They're just too heavy for human beings. And they'd be able to help us come up with some prices and things like that, where we can have it really nailed down to a good number.
Okay. Supervisor McGuarty, would you like to try again on the motion?
Sure, I would just go with the recommended action.
Is there a second? So I heard
Second.
Supervisor Hascheck is the second. And I'd like to thank the sheriff and undersheriff for bringing this forward. I'm tight with budget. I understand, every dollar allocated, but it's also the right thing to do to convey the values of Mendocino County. And these people have given the ultimate sacrifice in the line of serving the public. So I think it's very appropriate. Thank you for your effort.
Thank you, Supervisor Williams. Thank you, members of the board.
Thank you.
Are there any more board comments before we vote? Okay, clerk, could you conduct the vote?
Chair Williams,
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy,
Yes.
Supervisor Hascheck,
Yes.
Supervisor McGuarty,
Yes.
and Supervisor Mulhern.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Looking back to Supervisor Hascheck and the clerk, is it possible to hear item 6C, the local child care development plan?
Is Kristen Hill on the line?
We are checking right now. It does not appear that Kristen is on the line yet.
Can we adjourn to closed session?
Yeah.
Clerk?
Chair Williams, this is CO Angelo. If we could take a 10-minute break and then go into closed session, that would certainly work for staff.
Okay, let's plan to go into closed session at 12, adjourning now, and we will, in closed session, we will be meeting concurrently as Mendocino County Board of Supervisors and directors of the Mendocino County Air Quality District to hear items 9A, 9B, 9C, and 9D.
Thank you.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated. Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love. I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community, not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives.
Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants,
which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious, while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
Some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year.
When we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed.
When schools closed and children had to shelter in place.
And when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone, especially the most vulnerable among us. We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible.
To save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
For our patients. For our elders.
For ourselves.
For you.
For us.
For our community.
Por nuestra comunidad. Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community, not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares.
We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromised immune system. I urge you to get vaccinated to become a protector of our elders and Native community.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County.
The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike
or sound alike, but we are all one community.
During this pandemic,
we need to be kind to one another
and keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
And by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this!
हम सब कर सकते हैं.
You bet me I.
我们能够做到.
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros. ఇది మనందరికీ సాధ్యం.
A gente pode fazer isso.
Yun robrum knia.
Wamanye mape.
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
નમસ્તે, આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
हामी यो गर्न सक्छौं.
Yeah, yeah, all day.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love. I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community, not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives.
Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants,
which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious, while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
Some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year.
When we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed.
When schools closed and children had to shelter in place.
And when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone.
Especially the most vulnerable among us. We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible.
To save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
For our patients.
For our elders. For ourselves. For you. For us.
For our community.
Por nuestra comunidad.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community, not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares.
We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromised immune system. I urge you to get vaccinated to become a protector of our elders and Native community.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County.
The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike
Or sound alike,
But we are all one community.
During this pandemic,
We need to be kind to one another.
and keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
And by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this!
हम सब कर सकते हैं.
You bet me, yeah.
我们能够做到。
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros.
ఇది మనందరికీ సాధ్యం.
A gente pode fazer isso.
Yun robrum knia.
Wamanye Mape,
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
નમસ્તે, આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
हामी यो गर्न सक्छौं.
Yeah, yeah, all day.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives.
Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants,
which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious, while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
Some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year.
When we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed.
When schools closed and children had to shelter in place.
And when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone.
Especially the most vulnerable among us. We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible.
To save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
For our patients.
For our elders. For ourselves. For you. For us.
For our community.
Por nuestra comunidad.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community. not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares.
We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromised immune system. I urge you to get vaccinated to become a protector of our elders and Native community.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County.
The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike
or sound alike,
But we are all one community.
During this pandemic,
We need to be kind to one another.
and keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
And by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this!
हम सब कर सकते हैं.
You bet me I.
我们能够做到
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros.
ఇది మనందరికీ సాధ్యం.
A gente pode fazer isso.
Yun robrum knia.
Wamanye Mape,
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
નમસ્તે, આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
हामी यो गर्न सक्छौं.
Yeah, yeah, hey, all day.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives.
Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants,
which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious, while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
Some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year.
When we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed.
When schools closed and children had to shelter in place.
And when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone, especially the most vulnerable among us. We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible.
To save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
For our patients.
For our elders. For ourselves. For you. For us.
For our community.
Por nuestra comunidad.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares.
We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromised immune system. I urge you to get vaccinated to become a protector of our elders and Native community.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County.
The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike
Or sound alike, but we are all one community.
During this pandemic,
We need to be kind to one another.
And keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
And by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this!
हम सब कर सकते हैं.
You bet me I.
我们能够做到
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros.
Idi manandarki sadyam.
A gente pode fazer isso.
Yun robrum knia.
Wamanye Mape,
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
નમસ્તે, આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
हामी यो गर्न सक्छौं.
Yeah, yeah, all day.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives.
Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants,
which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious, while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
Some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year.
When we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed.
When schools closed and children had to shelter in place.
And when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone, especially the most vulnerable among us. We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible.
To save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
For our patients.
For our elders. For ourselves. For you. For us.
For our community.
Por nuestra comunidad.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year. I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares.
We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromised immune system. I urge you to get vaccinated to become a protector of our elders and Native community.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County.
The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike
Or sound alike,
But we are all one community.
During this pandemic,
We need to be kind to one another.
and keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
And by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this!
हम सब कर सकते हैं.
You bet me, yeah.
我们能够做到。
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros.
ఇది మనందరికీ సాధ్యం.
A gente pode fazer isso.
Yun robrum knia.
wamanye mape,
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
નમસ્તે, આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
हामी यो गर्न सक्छौं.
Yeah, yeah, all day.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives.
Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants,
which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious, while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
Some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year.
When we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed.
When schools closed and children had to shelter in place.
And when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone. Especially the most vulnerable among us. We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible.
To save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
For our patients.
For our elders. For ourselves. For you. For us.
For our community.
Por nuestra comunidad.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year. I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares.
We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromised immune system. I urge you to get vaccinated to become a protector of our elders and Native community.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County.
The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike
Or sound alike,
But we are all one community.
During this pandemic,
We need to be kind to one another.
and keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
And by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this!
हम सब कर सकते हैं.
You bet me, yeah.
我们能够做到。
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros.
ఇది మనందరికీ సాధ్యం.
A gente pode fazer isso.
Yun robrum knia.
wamanye mape,
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
નમસ્તે, આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
हामी यो गर्न सक्छौं.
Yeah, yeah, all day.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives.
Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants,
which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious, while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
Some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year.
When we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed.
When schools closed and children had to shelter in place.
And when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone, especially the most vulnerable among us. We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible.
To save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
For our patients.
For our elders. For ourselves. For you. For us.
For our community.
Por nuestra comunidad.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares.
We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromised immune system. I urge you to get vaccinated to become a protector of our elders and Native community.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County.
The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike
or sound alike,
but we are all one community.
During this pandemic,
we need to be kind to one another
and keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
And by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this!
हम सब कर सकते हैं.
ये bet में आया.
我们能够做到.
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros.
ఇది మనందరికీ సాధ్యం.
A gente pode fazer isso.
Yun robrum knia.
Wamanye mape.
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
Namaste. આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
हामी यो गर्न सक्छौं.
Yeah, yeah, all day.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community.
Not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
We are in the race of our lives.
For all of our lives.
Against COVID-19.
The virus keeps changing into new variants.
Which is what viruses tend to do when they spread.
Some variants are more contagious,
while others cause more disease and death.
If we do not stop the spread of COVID-19 soon,
some variants may develop that we do not have antiviral therapies for.
Some could make our vaccines less effective or not effective at all.
This would set us back to where we were last year.
when we were worried that our hospitals would be overwhelmed,
when schools closed and children had to shelter in place,
and when we could not see friends and family for fear of spreading COVID-19.
So it's so important that we take all necessary precautions to protect everyone,
especially the most vulnerable among us.
We need to vaccinate as many people as quickly as possible.
To save as many lives as we can.
Together, we can win this race.
For our patients.
For our elders. For ourselves. For you. For us.
For our community.
Por nuestra comunidad.
Yo me vacuné porque amo a mi familia y amo a mi comunidad.
Yo me vacuné para no exponer a personas vulnerables y no poner en riesgo las personas que amo.
Yo me vacuné. Mi vida es importante, mi salud es importante. La salud de mi hijo, de mi familia, de la comunidad y la humanidad es importante. Vacúnense.
When I got vaccinated for a different reason than I'm telling you to get vaccinated for. I got vaccinated in December because I was terrified I would get sick and I would get my father or my wife or one of my patients sick. In May, I'm telling you, vaccinate so we can get back to normal life. We all want to get to barbecues and parties and to travel. If we go back to regular life without vaccines, we're guaranteed to get COVID. These vaccines are amazingly safe. COVID is not. So get vaccinated so we can start the best summer ever.
222. And reporting out from closed session on 9A, direction was given to staff. 9B, direction was given to staff. 9C was withdrawn, and 9D had no action taken. And we're on to agenda item 6C, discussion and possible action, including acceptance of presentation of the local child care development plan for 21 through 26. And the sponsor is Supervisor Haschek.
Well, thank you, Chair. I think that Kristen Hills is now on the line, and so she will be presenting the local child care development plan. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you, Board of Supervisors, for your time today, and thank you, Supervisor Haschek, for sponsoring our local child care development plan and strategic priorities on the agenda today. My name is Kristen Hills, and I'm the Director of Early Learning and Care at the Mendocino County Office of Education. And one of the hats I wear in my position is to serve as the coordinator for the local Child Care Planning Council, and or as we call it, the LPC. So the LPC is a committee run in partnership by MCOE and the Board of Supervisors, and our work is funded by the Department of Social Services. And many of our directives from the Department of Social Services are broad and focused on local collaboration, but there are 3 specific tangibles that we need to deliver. One is to annually adjust and approve the zip code priorities for childcare funding from the state. 2 is to conduct a countywide childcare needs assessment every 5 years. Our last plan was just completed in June of 2021, which is when we started the work on this 3rd item, which is the local child care development plan, and that's also required every 5 years. This plan is what I'm going to be talking to you about today, and it's required that the Board of Supervisors approve our plan before we can send it back to the Department of Social Services. So rather than go through the 7-page document line by line, I know you all got a copy of it in the agenda. I just want to give you an overview of the 4 strategic priorities and the measurable action steps that we hope to complete for each priority. So our 4 strategic priorities are promoting workforce development, advocacy, education and awareness, and finally, collaboration. In order to address the shortage of early learning and care providers, our first strategic priority is promote workforce development. And we will promote workforce professional pathways through training and education across the continuum of care. So not just for early learning and care providers, but also for home visiting programs and for after-school programs. We will collaborate and connect organizations and support professional organizations that provide events, conferences, and trainings. And our action steps for this strategic priority are to collaborate with LPC member organizations to identify workforce training needs, to explore utilizing social media platforms to promote professional childcare pathways, to collaborate with local entities on childcare development and retention initiatives, and to support local childcare conferences and events as opportunities arise. Our second strategic priority is to continue to advocate for childcare funding and infrastructure. And our LPC has a public policy committee that meets monthly in order to more closely follow the state budget, state legislative trends, and also specific childcare legislation that's introduced each year. And our action steps under this strategic priority are to finalize our public policy platform and bring it to the Mendocino County Board of Supervisors for approval to act on legislation by sending support letters, concern letters, and opposed letters to legislators. This is something that was done in the past, but it's not been done for quite some time. So we're hoping to reestablish that line of communication. And in this vein, we would advocate for a rate reimbursement reform, additional slots, facilities funding, and other identified public policy goals. We would also continue to track current legislation and send letters to key legislative members and committees and support our opposition of specific pieces of legislation. We would continue to identify and collaborate with state and local organizations that are already effective at advocacy and continue to raise awareness about how state policies can affect rural counties and how local initiatives may affect our child care providers and children and families. Many people who serve on the LPC locally also take part in statewide organizations. And so it's always our goal to sort of raise the rural voice and talk about how the statewide initiatives may be affecting our local communities. Any questions so far?
Not seeing any.
Okay. Our third strategic priority is education and awareness. And so internally, we're committed to supporting LPC member knowledge on current issues across the continuum of care. And externally, we want to promote the social and economic benefits of the mixed delivery childcare system, and also educate and inform the community, service organizations, and governmental bodies about the care needs of families in our community. So for our internal education and awareness action steps, we will provide an annual orientation to LPC members. And we've also added having 1 or 2 short agency walk presentations at each of our general council meetings for LPC, so that all member agencies have presented throughout the year. And then for our external education and awareness action steps, we will update our quality and economic benefits of childcare brochures, continue to bring an annual proclamation to the Board of Supervisors for Provider Appreciation Month in May, and provide an annual short presentation such as this one to the Board of Supervisors on high priority LPC issues. We want to be a resource to the Board of Supervisors in all things related to childcare, and hope to develop relationships locally this way. Our fourth and last strategic priority is collaboration. We will share resources, data, best practices, and solutions for identified needs. We will also support and help improve systems of collaboration to support children and families. So our action steps for collaboration will be to create a repository for data resources, to summarize and analyze shared data to inform our next LPC needs assessment, to explore the possibility of creating more specific countywide childcare plans like facilities assessment or other identified assessments, to mobilize public and private resources to address identified county needs. And then also to work more closely with our Local Quality Counts California program, which is a quality improvement program for childcare providers. We want to really try and focus some resources on family childcare homes and family-friendly neighbor providers. We feel like there's a lot more statewide resources for our other providers. So you're all aware, I know, of the importance of childcare, but everyone tends to think, I think, first of the individual impacts for children and families. And so in the context of your work, we hope that you recognize the importance of childcare as part of the essential infrastructure for Mendocino County, and that you feel you could reach out to us for any sort of questions that might come up related to childcare, or as how childcare may fit into the infrastructure. Thank you very much for your time.
Supervisor Haschak.
Well, thank you, Kristen, for the presentation. What is your appraisal of childcare in Mendocino County right now?
Well, right now, like many industries, we're facing a lot of shortages in terms of having enough workers, having enough people who are available to work. And there's also been some really kind of major shifts in childcare recently, the last couple of years. So we've moved many of our programs from the Department of Education to the Department of Social Services, which has been a huge administrative undertaking, and provided some difficulty, I think, some barriers maybe that are slowly being removed, but it's been quite a transition and we're still in the middle of it. On top of that, we have the advent of universal transitional kindergarten. I'm not sure if you guys have heard of this yet, but basically all of our 4-year-olds are going to be moving from early learning and care programs to, most of them will choose probably to attend school districts now under a new program called transitional kindergarten, which is the first of a 2-year kindergarten program. So that is also going to hurt our childcare providers, because those slots that are usually filled by preschoolers sort of financially offset the more expensive care for infant and toddler care. So I'd say one of the biggest problems we have in our county is we need more infant and toddler care. And one of the best ways to sort of tackle that at the state level is to improve rate reimbursement for those.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Do you have any public comment?
No, we do not.
Supervisor Haschek, is there anything you'd like from us in support beyond accepting the presentation?
Well, I guess, do we need, my question is for Ms. Hills, is do we need to approve the presentation? And
Yes, if you could just approve it and it could be in the minutes, and I can submit the minutes with our plan to Department of Social Services. Thank you.
Okay, and so that would be a question for County Counsel. Can we approve it because it wasn't on the, the title? And I'm sorry about that.
I think what's on the title is acceptance of the presentation.
Yeah, so is acceptance approval?
Sorry, I want to make sure that I understood that. We're talking about approval of the presentation.
Approval of the plan.
And I'm not entirely sure that I understand exactly the intent or purpose of the plan. I think that you can certainly express support in concept. If there's a more formal action needed, I think we probably need to re-agendize for a future meeting.
Yeah, my understanding is that we need to approve the plan. Is that right, Ms. Hills?
Yes, that is my understanding as well.
Yeah, I would simply suggest. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair.
I was going to say maybe it could come back on consent calendar for approval.
Yeah, that was going to be my suggestion.
Okay, we'll do that.
Okay, so presentation accepted. Moving on to agenda item 5G. Discussion and possible action, including adoption of Mendocino County's 2022 legislative platform, sponsored by the Executive Office. I think we have Deputy CEO Morris ready to present.
There we go. Another unmute button to hit. Good afternoon, Chair Williams and board members. Happy New Year. So as you recall, every year this board adopts a new updated legislative platform. Most recently, it was presented in front of the General Government Committee and was suggested and recommended to bring forth to the full board. The changes in red line that you see are changes either over the course of the last few months working with department heads, issues that are still out there, legislation activity that's starting to kick up. And with that, I will, in this respect for time, I will go over some of the larger points. You'll see, interesting enough, some of our legislative platform recommendations really kind of correspond with some of the CSAC priorities that we heard today. Of course, we may title them slightly different, but we do address the wildfire, water issues and drought issues under natural resources, certainly broadband under economic and community development, funding for disasters, and also COVID response. Issues that fall under health and human services, such as homelessness as well. And the general one of unfunded mandates still resonates with this legislative platform and local control. Again, in general, this is just an annual legislative platform that provides some general guidance to all of us, to all of you on the board, to county staff, to our lobbyists, and to our state and federal legislatures. So during the December 13th General Government Committee, we did hear from the public, mainly MCA, with some additions, suggestions to our cannabis section. Our department head worked with the existing recommendations. Some of them were already there, but maybe, quite frankly, just titled a little bit differently, but we wanted to incorporate what we could from MCA under the cannabis section. So with that, I would go a little bit more detail. I would first start looking for some questions. I didn't know if you wanted me to go section by section out of respect for time. And also I will point out a couple of things. After we're done here, I have our lobbyist, Paul Yoder, from Shaw, Yoder, Antoine, Smeltzer, and Lang to join us. So he can answer some additional questions, what's happening in Sacramento. And also yesterday, we were given the 2020 crop report. It's attached for reference. It has not been adopted as a full board yet. I understand it's coming forward to you in the next couple of meetings. So, but we added that anyways for reference, just as the updated numbers for the crop report. So with that, I will take any other questions through the red line that you might have seen or have interest in.
Supervisor Haschek.
Yes, thank you. You know, with the cannabis section that we received a letter from MCA with some additional comments that weren't adopted. So I was wondering what the rationale was for that. Were those considered by the General Government Committee?
And Supervisor Mulhern and I can probably help answer that. We were on general government last year. We made every attempt to incorporate as many of MCA's changes as possible. Some we couldn't find a way to adopt, or we had to massage the language. But I think my guess is maybe 80% of the recommendations made it in. Deputy CEO Morris, would you agree?
Yes, I would agree with that. We also try to reference their points by item numbers as well, just to show some reference to the initial changes brought forth by the department and then after the December 13th meeting.
Okay, so those could be brought back later and reworked or whatever needs, you know.
It's a living document. I think we can change. Any supervisor can recommend changes throughout the year.
Correct. And there were also, you know, again, a reminder that this really is the general working document that we will use throughout the year. There may be some new things that really develop that I'll need to bring back to all of you that isn't a topic yet here, but maybe in 6 months. So in terms of cannabis, there's a lot, as we heard again earlier, a lot will continue to move on this new regulated subject of the last few years, and certainly try to incorporate things that really made sense for what was reasonable to look to advocate and or oppose on all these subject matters.
Not seeing any more questions from the board. Let's go to public comment.
We have one public comment, and that is from Michael Katz.
Good afternoon, supervisors and county staff. This is Michael Katz, Executive Director of the Mendocino Cannabis Alliance. We do sincerely appreciate the General Government Committee, Supervisor Chair Williams, Supervisor Mulhern, and Deputy CEO Morris and Cannabis Program Director Nevedal working with us on December 13th to incorporate many of our recommendations into the legislative platform. As was mentioned just now, some of the items that we brought, there were some remaining questions and clarifications that were requested or not fully discussed during the December 13th meeting. And so our memo submitted for today goes back into those items and provides further explanation, rationale, and clarification on those items in hopes that we may be able to incorporate them to the platform for this year, understanding that the document can and is a living document and change in the future. Obviously, if we could align on some of these items now, if the board is planning to adopt this platform today, we would appreciate these items being added. So I don't have necessarily the full amount of time to go through all these recommendations, but what I would request, if possible, is to have the board go through them and identify if the questions that were outstanding from the General Government Committee have been answered on these different items, and if so, to be able to add them. Again, we are super appreciative of the items that were added and did identify the items by number as they were addressed in the red line version, but there are still several items that we think could be beneficial both to the county and to our local operators to be addressed specifically through the platform at the state level. And so we encourage those items to be added related to cannabis tax restructuring, addressing type 5 licensure to a production specifically, which we know is a major issue in the state, to dig into the state-funded opportunity for ministerial and discretionary permitting programs related to bioregional EIRs, further expanding the advocacy on related to the Board of Forestry fire safe regulations. That language was not included. Aligning hemp product testing standards with cannabis product testing standards for human consumption, and also updating the cannabis cooperative regulations as suggested by MCP. So we recommend and suggest these additional items be added, and we thank you sincerely for your consideration. Thank you so much.
That concludes public comment.
Okay, back to the board. Any board comment? Any questions for Mr. Yoder?
Yeah, I would like to, if we're ready for Mr. Yoder, I'd like to introduce him.
I saw.
You know, he's a.
Sorry, I saw Supervisor's hand.
I'm sorry.
Haschek go up right
Chair,
before.
sorry.
Supervisor Haschek, do you have a question?
Well, I just say that that's the purpose of the standing committee is to deal with those issues. I hope that the standing committee can deal with MCA's concerns because a lot of those sound very valid. So I would hope that we could look at those in the future.
And Chair Williams, if I might add, if it's not exact wording here, but let's say I'm going to use the topic of taxation. There's something that isn't really listed here, but is related to taxation. We're going to look at that. And I'm not saying that's will fix the MCA concerns, but again, this is a general guideline for all of us to use for this upcoming year. And we certainly will be working with the General Government Committee as issues arise, and if there's a nexus to some of the newer suggestions that have been brought up.
Excellent. Did we want to hear from Mr. Yoder?
Yep, there he is.
Good afternoon, Mendocino Board and staff and public. Nice to see you all. Thank you for giving me a minute or two. I'll be brief, and if there are any questions, I'm happy to answer them, try to answer them. I just want to remind everybody, logistically in California, we have a 2-year legislative cycle. We are entering year 2 of the current cycle. That's important for just, I would say, general alertness. More happens in the beginning of the second year of a 2-year cycle than in the first year of a 2-year cycle. For example, we have bills being set in committee this week and next. They will be heard, they will be moved, and that doesn't happen in the first year of a legislative year. And to make it very specific to Mendocino County, Senator McGuire's Senate Bill 307 that has to do with the rail right-of-way and a prohibition on the use of state funds on that right-of-way. That bill was heard in committee today, and it passed 11-0 on a bipartisan vote. And so that bill that the senator amended at the very end of last legislative year, that bill is now out of the policy committee in the Senate, and the senator expects to get it off the Senate floor by the end of January and meet the deadline for bills getting out of their house of origin in time to keep moving in the second year. So a particular interest in Mendocino County. We are back in a COVID environment. What I mean by that is in terms of advocacy, both houses of the legislature have their staff working from home through February 14th. The members are coming to the Capitol as need be. They were here yesterday for their floor sessions, the first floor sessions of the year, but staff will be working remotely until, again, the middle of February. And I just want to remind the board and the public that the legislature and the governor have moved into new office space. They're over on O Street in downtown Sacramento. They're not in the state capitol. The state capitol is being refurbished. That will be the case for the next 3 or 4 or possibly even 5 years. So on top of COVID, we have an additional, and I'm going to call it a weirdness, a strangeness in terms of advocacy, where there's a new building and just a new way of moving around and trying to access lawmakers and their staff. A couple more points and then we'll wrap up. The governor's budget will be out next Monday. You may have heard the projected state surplus is in the neighborhood of $30 billion. The legislative analyst has said it may go as high as $60 billion. We expect the legislature and the governor to spend a lot of money one time, and we expect it to be in infrastructure, a lot of transportation, roads, highways, some pretty traditional infrastructure stuff. We think is what you're going to see forthcoming from the governor next Monday, as well as some other things. And then last but not least, especially given your public comment on cannabis, I hope it's okay, Mr. Chair, there are rumors circulating already about potential bills that could be introduced. One of the ones I heard about just this morning would be a proposal to suspend cannabis taxes until 2028, not to have them expire. And that ties into some legal issues with Proposition 64. I think intelligent people are probably going to disagree for a while on this. But in addition to your legislators exploring some new ideas, we again heard a rumor this morning that some of the folks in the industry may find an author and try to get the taxes suspended at least until 2028. So we're eyes and ears open, all things cannabis. We realize how important that is to you and your local economy, and we'll continue to track that and stay in contact with Judy every time we hear something new pop up. I'll stop there and entertain any questions you might have.
Supervisor Haschek.
Yes, thank you. So Paul, how does the infrastructure bill passed at the federal level, how is that going to influence the state funding? And how will that influence Mendocino County?
Yeah, fantastic question. Thank you, Supervisor. I want to make sure for everybody's sake, the federal infrastructure monies, they flow over 5 years. I could say it's going to be 20%, 20%, 20%. I don't know that that will end up being exactly the case, but they don't flow all at once. There's a ton of money for roads and even an astounding amount of money to repair bridges in California. Even still, we have the money that's going to be forthcoming from the federal government probably can only scratch the surface of what we need to get done here in California. And so when I said you might see some things in the governor's proposed budget, we think the Newsom administration understands there's a way to sort of double down, if you'll pardon the expression, gambling expression, but to put more money on top of the federal road money, the federal bridge money, and to really get some things repaired around the state and to have it hopefully be equitable in terms of urban areas getting money, suburban areas getting money, more rural areas getting money. So that's what we're hoping for, Supervisor, is we'll have federal and state money married and getting out for shovel-ready projects as quickly as possible.
Supervisor Jordy.
Yeah, Paul, when you talk about money for roads, oftentimes the road funding that we get through traditional funding sources like STIP funds, it's for capital improvement projects, circulation improvements, safety improvements, but not for just basic maintenance like overlay of roads. And so are you hearing any talk of being flexible and letting us overlay just residential streets?
I haven't heard that yet. I think that's something, frankly, that like-minded local governments might want to band together on, Supervisor. I think it's a great idea, obviously a real need. I don't know that it would be precluded. In other words, you might have an allotment, and if that's what you choose to do, you could use it that way. If another county wants to use their allotment to finish a clover leaf or an interchange, then they would have that discretion. I think that might be the way to go on this, is just to give you the ultimate discretion that we can get for you.
Okay, not seeing any more questions. Can I invite a motion to approve the ledge platform?
I'll make a motion to approve the legislative platform.
Second.
Seeing no more questions, clerk, can you conduct a vote?
Supervisor McGorty,
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak,
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern,
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy,
Yes.
and Chair Williams.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you, Paul.
Thank you, supervisors.
Thank you, Paul. Thank you,
Take
board.
care. Take care.
Okay, I think we're on to item 5J, a notice of public hearing. This is discussion and possible action to consider an appeal of the zoning administrator for approval of an administrative permit located in Yorkville, AP 2021-0014 to allow a cannabis processing and non-volatile manufacturing facility located at 26701 Highway 129. I think that's a typo. It's 128, Yorkville. And the sponsor is Planning and Building Services. Clerk, has proper notice been established?
Proper notice has been established and all correspondence received has been uploaded to the item.
And I want to note, I forwarded some correspondence that came in late. I don't know whether it went to the full board and the clerk. It's clerk of the board support now.
I did just see that, and I believe clerk of the board staff is working on uploading that. I can't guarantee it's up there right now, but it will be very shortly.
Okay. And do any other supervisors have any correspondence that needs to be on record? Phone calls? No. So we're going to hear a staff report, and then the applicant will be given 20 minutes maximum. And that goes for both sides, as I understand. Then we're going to public comment. The applicants will have 5 minutes for final remarks. And then once the public hearing is closed, the matter will go back before the Board of Supervisors with no further public comment. I'd like to open the public hearing with an introduction from Planning and Building Services.
Mr. Chair, members of the Board of Supervisors, this administrative permit 2021-0014 was approved by the zoning administrator on September 10th, 2021, which is to allow for cannabis processing and non-volatile level 1 manufacturing in an existing structure. The property is located in the town center of Yorkville on the north side of State Route 128. Currently, the parcel is developed with the main commercial structure to be used for the proposed use, which currently serves a small grocery store and deli. The property is located within the Rural Community or RC General Plan and Zoning District. The RC General Plan zoning designations allow for development of a multi-function cannabis facility that includes non-volatile manufacturing and processing. Upon approval, the zoning administrator made all of the required findings for approval pursuant to Mendocino County Code Section 20.196.020 and Mendocino County Chapter 20-243. Additionally, the proposed project was found to be categorically exempt from CEQA pursuant to Section 15301. The permit was also approved with conditions of approval. Following the approval by the zoning administrator on September 10th, 2021, an appeal was filed on September 16th. The appellant has raised concerns regarding 4 different aspects of the proposed project for the basis of the appeal, which includes deceptive practices, 2, security, 3, business type, and 4, environmental concerns. The issues have been addressed and discussed in length in the staff memorandum dated January 4th, 2022 to the Board of Supervisors. The appeal is now before this board for your consideration. Staff is recommending that the board deny the appeal and uphold the zoning administrator's approval of the administrative permit, allowing the existing structure to be used for cannabis processing and non-volatile manufacturing, which is located in the community at Yorkville at 26701 Highway 128. And Vandy Vanderwater is here, who can go into the details of the 4 aspects that have been raised in the appeal. I'll turn it over to Vandy.
Hi, Supervisors. Sam Vandy Vandewater, Senior Planner with the department. Just for clarification, would you like to hear staff's response to the 4 items, or would you like to go to the appellant to have them discuss them first?
Looking to the board for any preference.
Well, it's in the memo, right?
Yes, staff's responses to the 4 issues raised are in the memo.
I don't need to hear them again.
Okay, let's go to the appellant.
For the appellant, if you are calling in via telephone, you can unmute by pressing *6. If you're on Zoom, you can go ahead and press unmute at the bottom of your screen and begin your time.
This is Sandy Myard. Is that who should be up right now?
Yes, if you're the appellant.
Maybe could Planning and Building Services confirm who we should hear from as the appellant?
Yes, Sandra is the appellant.
Thank you.
All right. My name is Sandra Myard, and my family and I have been longtime Yorkville residents. My grandparents first bought property over 97 years ago. My greatest concern with losing the Yorkville market to a cannabis production plant has to do with losing community, but also with the impact it will have on the surrounding families. The store is surrounded by elderly residents, all of whom will be greatly impacted by a cannabis production facility. This facility will be an easy target for criminals, and why would we want to invite that element into our midst? There also will be 24/7 lights surrounding the store, and who can sleep with that? The person applying for this permit will not be running the business. Lisa is applying for, and I quote, an unknown, unidentified entity with 1 or 2 possible lessors or buyers of the building. It is so nebulous, I'm wondering if it's even legal. We did get together a group of people offering to purchase the property from her as opposed to selling it to the people who want to do the cannabis operation, but the cost was in the millions of dollars and we couldn't afford it. The market is the only retail business in Yorkville, and it provides essentials for residents that would have to travel to either Cloverdale or Boonville for necessary items. And most important, the store is the only social gathering place for the community, so necessary in these challenging times. And last but not least is the environmental impact. This year we saw springs that have flowed for hundreds and hundreds of years dry up. My home spring was one. Water is an issue in Yorkville, and the store has a long history of limited water supply. I respectfully ask that you deny this permit, and I thank you for your time.
So you're actually awarded a maximum of 20 minutes, and you're less than 3 minutes in. Would you like to continue?
I didn't know that, so I'm not prepared to continue. There are other people who I thought would fill up the 20 minutes, and they all are registered to be brought up. My brother, Larry Myard, Tina Walters, and I think Val Hinault is going to speak on her own. I thought I had 3 minutes. Obviously, I'm really new to this process.
Yeah, we'll help you through it. County Counsel, can you advise if we have multiple speakers, can they fall under the appellant's 20 minutes?
Yeah, it's the chair's discretion, but I believe that process would be appropriate if the board would like to entertain it.
Okay. Sandra, would you want to give us your list of speakers? Or at least
Yes.
tell us who's next in the queue?
Larry Myard, and he registered with Dina. Tina Walters, she also registered with Dina. And Val Hanault, who I believe registered on her own as a speaker and a member of the board of the CSD board in Boonville, Anderson Valley.
Clerk, do you have one of those speakers ready?
Yeah, actually, I believe we have all three on the line. So let's start with Larry.
Larry, you can unmute and begin speaking when you're ready.
Okay, my name is Larry Myard. Good afternoon, Chairman Williams and the Board of Supervisors. I have submitted written comment already on the Yorkville Market Cannabis Conversion Proposal, so you have those comments on record. But I'd like to take this opportunity to highlight a few of my concerns. There was a list of conditions that was submitted with regards to the creation of the Yorkville Market Cannabis Conversion by members of the Yorkville community. These concerns included security, smell or odor, appearance, and water quality, to name a few. But none of these issues were adopted with the recommended approval by staff of this project. With regards to security, the cannabis manufacturing facility will have 24-hour lights, cameras, and fencing that will change the appearance from the friendly market to more the looks of a jail facility. The smell and odor problem is encouraged, according to your staff recommendation, not mandated by state and local codes, policies, and regulations. I mean, if the odor is encouraged to be dealt with, but not mandated, I can see that being a problem for the local residents who live very close to this proposed facility. The staff recommends, staff comments state that cannabis is not water intensive. Rather, it is mechanical or chemical extraction. And chemical extraction, what happens to the byproduct? A normal septic system does not deal with this product, and our watersheds are in a very sensitive condition already. I too am very sorry for Lisa Walsh's economic shortfalls, as she truly brought life back to our community. But the unfortunate history of the market's location in Yorkville has been well documented, going back 50 plus years with Leo Marcotte's restaurant, for starters. There have been other markets that have tried to establish a successful business there, and they also failed. And I would like to say that I am a champion for private property rights. And it does bother me to go against Lisa's right to use her own property as she would like. But shoving a cannabis manufacturing business down our throats goes too far for me. If she placed this facility on her parents' property or own property outside of downtown Boonville, I would wager to say there would be very little disagreement on her proposed cannabis manufacturing facility. So thank you very much for your time.
Tina, if you would like to unmute, you can begin.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, I'm Tina Walter. I am a long-term resident of Yorkville also. I'm on the fire department, I'm on the ambulance, I'm on just about every volunteer board you can be on in Anderson Valley. So I understand my friends and neighbors pretty darn well. My greatest concern is of course the security. Lisa, in her present business, has been robbed 3 times. I can't imagine that problem is going to be lessened when you add hundreds of thousands of dollars of marijuana to the process. The neighbors, as Sandy had said, are all elderly people who will be caught up in the crossfire if there is any. I can't see that putting a cannabis processing facility on a main highway is actually a very good idea. It doesn't seem logical. It doesn't seem safe. And I have the greatest concern for my neighbors that this just is going to bring the wrong element to Yorkville, and especially to downtown Yorkville. As Sandy said, it's our only public gathering spot. It's our only business in Yorkville proper. I just don't think it's a good use for the facility. I'm not against the processing at all. It just could be done somewhere else. Thank you.
Valerie, if you'd like to unmute and begin.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
My name is Valerie Hanelt, and I am a board member of the Anderson Valley Community Services District. We received the application for the administrative permit for the Yorkville Market parcel, and we needed a great deal of information to understand this process, as well as understand what our input could be. So first and foremost, I would like to thank Mr. Vandewater for his time and support, as the AVCSD board needed a lot of his time and attention. He was
Valerie,
willing to.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. Can you clarify, are you speaking as an individual or representing the CSD?
I'm representing the CSD.
Thank you.
So I'd like to thank Mr. Vandewater. He had Zoom calls with us. He took many calls from the board members. He was endlessly patient. So thank you, Vandy. I would also like to thank the Yorkville community for sending letters to Mr. Vandewater, and also for many of them attending our special meeting to hear from the public and to take a final vote on the administrative permit. I'm very grateful to Lisa Walsh for attending the meeting and answering many questions. I've been impressed, as always, by the Yorkville community, as a great deal of energy and goodwill was extended to the owners of the Yorkville market to help do whatever was possible to help them bridge their economic hard times. There were even some early efforts to put together a co-op to purchase the site. A great deal of the community upheaval was trying to solve the problem of losing their market and gathering place. You are familiar with the Anderson Valley. We have 4 communities: Yorkville, Boonville, Philo, Navarro. The loss of the Yorkville market was comparable to losing the Navarro store or Lemons Market in Philo. We consulted the general plan for Anderson Valley. And while there is a goal of retaining the commercial and social center of our communities, there is no legal expression supporting that goal with a zoning ordinance. In the matter of the administrative permit, the AVCSD board judged that while it had the same concerns as the Yorkville community, the setting of conditions on these concerns was outside its purview. There is a difference between concerns and conditions. We learned that we did not have the authority to approve or deny, and we became aware that our concerns were being met under the regulations of other agencies, and that our actual authority will come later during the business permit process when the site is inspected by the fire chief. After a tremendous amount of discussion, which included a journey through the cannabis industry, which I'm sure you can appreciate was labyrinthine, the AVCSD arrived at putting a check in the box, no comment at this time, which certainly does not seem to adequately represent our efforts. And that is why I'm addressing you, as I want to convey to you how seriously we took our job of communicating with our community, the Walshes, as well as all of the Yorkville constituents, and making a transparent and fully informed decision. Thank you.
That concludes the 3 speakers told to us by the appellant. Were there any other speakers on the appellant side that you would like to have time?
Let's go back to the appellant and ask. Sandra, can you unmute?
You can press *6 to unmute yourself.
I just did that. Thank you. As I said, I'm learning. I did not have anyone else signed up to speak. We submitted 10 letters with the original request for this to be denied, and so I'm done. Unless anyone has any questions.
I don't think it's our role to ask questions yet until we hear from the other party.
Okay. So does this silence mean you're done with us, or?
You're welcome to stay on the line muted if you'd like to continue listening. Clerk, can you reset the timer to 20 minutes to give the applicant time?
Yes, we can.
And who do we have speaking?
Sam Vandy Vandewater, Plan Building. The applicant for the project is Lisa Wolf.
Lisa, you can unmute and begin speaking when you're ready.
Hello, Board of Supervisors. Ooh, sorry. I'm getting some feedback. Can you hear me?
Yes, if you're watching on another screen, you need to mute it.
Okay, sorry. 1 second. Okay. Is that better?
A little bit, yes.
We are still getting a considerable amount of feedback, so if you have speakers on, you'll want to turn down your speakers. That's generally the cause for feedback if you're listening to the meeting somewhere else.
Okay, let me just.
Additionally, if you're watching the YouTube video does feedback as well.
Okay, is that better now?
Yes, it is.
Okay, I apologize for that. Hello, members of the Board of Supervisors. I just wanted to make a few quick comments to those comments from the appellants. Unfortunately, the market is closed. It closed in the middle of December. I've been trying to stay open for quite some time, and I did get some of the loans. I got the PPP loan and I got a small business loan to keep going. I've been open at the market for 7 years, owned the property for almost 9. But it just is too hard to be open in a small rural community doing what I was doing. There just isn't enough traffic. There has been some community support. There's been community support from a handful of people, but unfortunately, there just isn't a need, apparently, for a market in Yorkville. And I wish that wasn't the case. You know, I put a lot of blood, sweat, and tears into making this space a community center and providing as many services I could for the community. But I cannot financially continue doing that anymore. And so, as I said, the market has been closed since the middle of December. Some other comments that were made, the lights are on at the market now. They've always been on 24 hours. They'll probably stay on for 24 hours. So lights being an issue shouldn't affect anything more than what is already happening. Regarding the elderly neighbors on 3 sides, those neighbors are all unlicensed growers themselves. So I don't think that the odor or the perceived danger of a business will affect them negatively. There are other places in Yorkville. There are other retail businesses. There is a community center in Yorkville. There's wineries, there's wedding venues, there are other businesses in Yorkville. And lastly, no one has approached me specifically with any offers of a co-op or purchasing or negotiating a lease or any of those things. So I don't know what has been discussed in the community at large, but none of those have reached my ears. So, you know, I would hope that I can keep moving forward with this plan of some way that I can use my building in a way that I think I can support myself and my family. And Vandy Vandewater put together this great report that responds to all of the items that have been listed. And I think he really summarizes them quite well. I'm not sure if you're going to have him speak again or if you read his report, but I would reference back to that for any other information, but I'd be happy to answer questions if you have any. Thank you.
You have 16 minutes left. Do you have any other speakers, or should we move on?
No, I don't have any other speakers, I believe, on the phone. Oh, the other thing I did want to say, though, is I did get 13 letters of support from other community members. I don't think all 13 are listed under the agenda item. So I'm not sure if you actually do have them all. I have them. I don't know how I could get them all to you if you don't have them. I know they were sent, some specifically just to Ted Williams and some to the Board of Supervisors as a general email. But there are 13 letters from various members of the community supporting my application approval.
Okay. For planning and building, do you have any additional comments in regards to the staff report?
Mr. Chair, Nash Gonzalez, Interim Director. There's no further comment at this time.
Well, we are here for questions.
Okay.
Thank you.
Can we go to public comment?
First on the line is Serge Melly, followed by Greg Brunson and Michael Katz. Serge Melly and Greg Brunson are no longer on the line, so Michael Katz will be going first.
Hello, supervisors. This is Michael Katz. I actually have no direct comment on this item at this time. Sorry for the inconvenience.
That concludes public comment on this item.
Following public comment, 5 minutes is allowed for final remarks. Do either of the parties have final remarks?
Mr. Chair, I might suggest, just for clarity of the record, it may be beneficial to ask each in turn.
Clerk, are you able to ask each?
Sure, yeah, I can. Are there any more comments on the appellant side?
I just would like to make one point to Lisa's comment that no one got in touch with her because about selling the market to a co-op, because I have my email to her and her response. So I did reach out, and she said the price tag was $1.5 million to the drug people, and it would be $1.3 million to us. And that's when I said I couldn't afford it. So that's just a correction for what I heard Lisa say.
Okay, and any final remarks on the applicant side?
Thank you, Sandy. I never heard back from you after I let you know what the price was, so I didn't know if you had any points of discussion beyond that question. I just let you know what I was looking for, and then I didn't hear back from you. So that was it. And thank you again to the board for listening to this matter today.
Any final remarks or reminders from planning staff?
No, at this time.
Okay. It's now time for the Board of Supervisors to ask any questions to staff, the applicant, or the public. Any board questions? Supervisor Reports.
So this question, I guess, would be to PBS staff. So do we have similar facilities in Mendocino County and situated on public roads?
Hi, Chair McGorty. Yeah, Sam Vandewater, Senior Planner. We actually do have a number of facilities on main corridors, including Highway 1, Highway 101, and numerous others on Highway 128 and other main corridors such as North State.
And in your experience, do you know if they've been a public safety hazard from thefts or a public nuisance from odors or things like that?
Not at this time. There hasn't been any reports to myself as the manager of cannabis facilities at this time. There's been maybe one odor complaint in the last 4 years, but that facility was operating under the correct guidelines of the state and the county. And then another complaint was filed not related to security or odor for another facility. So no, there have not been any complaints reported to me for security or odor at this time.
You know, so this is always a difficult choice because, I mean, we want people to have some level of control over their neighborhoods. But the other thing I'm thinking about is that if you're going to have an agricultural commodity produced, there has to be the infrastructure to handle it, to process it and prepare it for market. And it's something that certainly is what allows agricultural enterprises to be successful. And we can certainly see that with the wine industry, with our ability to handle and crush wine grapes all over the wine growing regions of Mendocino County. So it sort of makes sense that cannabis has to have the same opportunity to process it. So based on that, I recognize the need for facilities. So the point is the other thing that makes me sad when I hear that the market has not been able to make a go of it, because it is, we create food deserts where people have no opportunity to shop. That's really a problem in rural communities. So I hate to see that happen. But so these are the things that I'm kind of weighing in my head as we deliberate this discussion.
I have a few questions. For planning staff, if the owner decided to switch from operating a market to, say, an appliance store or a wine wholesale shop, something other than a market, would we have the ability to deny the use? I want to take cannabis out of the mix. I don't like that we're losing a market. I don't think anybody does. But if we were losing it to any other industry, would the Board of Supervisors, be in a position to block the transition?
Sam Vandewater, Senior Planner. It would depend on what the use is. The zoning of the parcel is rural community, so it does allow for a small number of permitted uses, but a majority of commercial uses allowed in that zoning district have to go through either a use permit or an administrative permit. Therefore, it would go to a public hearing, and if a project were approved and then appealed, it would come back to the board for the same situation.
For council, if the board were to insist that only a market can be operated at this location, would that effectively be a taking?
If I may speak to that, Mr. Chair, I think only a market. So the analysis for taking generally turns on whether or not it's deprived the property of all economically viable use. That would depend on facts that are really beyond what I could opine on here. What I would say is that generally speaking, there will only be a regulatory taking when there isn't a valid use or investment-based expectations, value able to meet the investment-based expectations. So that probably goes a little bit beyond what I'd be able to opine on this factor. I would say, generally speaking, from land use principles, zoning is typically not so narrow as to be only one market or only one type of commercial use. It's usually related to a category of uses with similar impacts on the surrounding area.
Does the proposed new use meet the zoning?
I may turn to, is that for PBS?
For PBS.
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Yeah, does the proposed new use meet zoning code?
Yes, it does. It would be consistent with Title 20, Chapter 20.243.
Okay. And some of the concerns we heard, which I share, lights, water, septic, fencing, are those considerations that we should be evaluating today? Or does that happen somewhere else in the process?
I'm not sure how to address that question.
So for example, water, I hear a concern about water and it may be legitimate, but the board hasn't been presented with any hard data to ascertain whether water is a legitimate concern. Is there ample, is that our role in this process?
Well, when projects are submitted that are discretionary, such as this administrative permit, we send them to a number of responsible agencies. In this case, for water issues, since the property, I believe, uses a well, and it would go to the Department of Environmental Health. And the Department of Environmental Health did not respond back with any concerns regarding water supply or septic issues.
What about lights? The concern neighbors have that lights will always be on.
Well, the project was conditioned that lighting, if it is 24 hours, it needs to be downcasted, and it can be motion censored. It doesn't need to be on 24/7. It just needs to be motion censored 24/7.
That's all the questions I have. Any other supervisors with questions for Supervisor Hascheck?
Yeah, one other issue that was brought up by people was the fencing around it and the fear that it would look like a prison.
So Sam Vandewater, Senior Planner, the project was not conditioned to have fencing, and to my knowledge, fencing isn't required for cannabis facilities. It's a requirement for cannabis cultivation. I don't know of any other facility in the county that has fencing around the building, unless it's in association with cultivation as well. So, yeah, and unless there's a new state regulation that requires fencing, that's not a requirement.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Jordy.
Yeah, could planning and building just repeat the zoning for this parcel and the zoning for the adjacent neighborhood, and then the proximity of residential properties that are near this parcel?
It would take me a minute to pull up resources to determine what the zoning is, or actually, hold on.
Actually, if I may, through the chair, Nash Gonzalez, when we take a look at the properties to the north, those are zoned rangeland, and it's an agricultural use. Property to the east is a rural community, just like the subject property, and it's a residential use. Property to the south of the subject property is also zoned rural community, and it has a residential use on it. And the property to the west is zoned rangeland 160, and it's an agricultural use.
And can you just generally characterize the proximity of the residences to this building?
Sure, let me just look at our mapping. It appears there could be some, it looks as though there are some residences approximately 75 feet to the east and maybe another 50 feet to the south.
Okay, thank you. I didn't see a site plan that showed that kind of detail.
In the staff report, attachment B is satellite imagery, which demonstrates the structures near the proposed facility.
Any further board questions? Not seeing any. Let's close the public hearing. And the matter is now back before the Board of Supervisors. Supervisor Mulherin.
Mr. Chair, as is customary in our rules of procedure, I wonder if you wanted to make the initial motion or if you
Well,
wanted somebody else to.
probably not as chair, so I'll look to the rest of the board.
Well, I will make a motion that we deny the appeal of and uphold the zoning administrator's approval of administrative permit AP 2021-14 located near Yorkville to allow an existing structure to be used for cannabis processing and non-volatile manufacturing located in the community of Yorkville at the address 26701 Highway 128.
Well, I will second it.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor. Any discussion?
I have a question for planning staff. So with use permits anyway, the permit can be conditioned for review, say 2, 3, 5 years down the road. That's not really the case here, but it is a discretionary permit by the administrative permit hearing administrator. So is there some sort of policy that the planning department uses at times to have sort of a check-in a few years down the road to make sure that the project is conforming according to expectations?
Sam Vandy Vandoor, senior planner. So with the administrative permit, they will not be able to get their business license without adhering to all the conditions in the application. Additionally, the Department of Planning and Building Services, both Planning Division and Building Division, prior to COVID, conducts annual facility inspections to ensure that they're adhering to not only county codes, but also their discretionary permits should they have
them. So for clarification, you're saying it's built into the permit that there'll be inspections, and I guess the follow-up to that is the consequences of not fulfilling the permit is possible revocation?
Correct.
If I may, through the chair, Nash Gonzalez, if for whatever reason there is a non-compliance with any of these conditions, obviously there's a complaint that's filed, it goes to code enforcement, and then these issues are tried to work out with the applicant to comply. Failure to comply would result in the revocation of the administrative permit. However, if the board feels that it needs to have something formal placed into the permit, that it come back for a review before the zoning administrator or back before the board in a year, the board can choose to do so. But we feel that the conditions of approval that are in here and the checks and balances that are allotted to us through the ordinance as well as code enforcement would adequately address those issues that the board may have.
Okay, thank you for that. I've just looked to the District 5 supervisor to say what he thinks is appropriate.
Well, I would like to see it stay as a market, but I don't feel like it's my role to decide what type of business the property owner should operate. This is their project matches zoning requirements, and so as much as I want to see it stay a market in a small town without much business opportunity, I think it would be a taking of their rights to tell them no. So I support the motion. I would like to see some assurances that the community doesn't suffer the potential consequences of odor, lights, water runoff, everything that's been suggested. And I do trust planning staff that we have the right checks in, right? This was done in advance in considering this type of business throughout the county. But any additional assurance would be appreciated. I do like the idea that in a year, some review confirms that the project hasn't created a nuisance for the community.
If I may, through the chair, again, the board has that discretion to put that requirement on this permit and ask that this be brought back for a check-in in a year if the board wishes. But again, as we've indicated, this is something that already has those checks and balances in there. At any point in time, any facility, even a market, can have issues out there. Even a permitted use in a commercial district can have I'll say a circumstance, whether it be parking, the signage, and so on. Does that really mean that it's out of compliance? Well, it could be, but does that necessitate bringing it back before the hearing body? Not unless you have true non-compliance. But in this case, we have the ability to enforce the code, ask that they comply. If not, then we can then actually go through the process of a revocation if need be.
If Nash, if an odor from this new facility impacts neighbors and they file a code complaint, what can be expected? Code enforcement will show up, verify, and then what?
Verify and then ask that that be remediated as soon as possible. But again, one of the things that, and this has been an ongoing issue throughout the county for a long time, whether it's noise or odor, is we don't have the performance standards in place that we would like to have at this point in time. We're hoping that once we have the new zoning code in place, the performance standards will be there so we can actually judge these sites or businesses, whether it be a traditional commercial or a non-traditional commercial use, and have some sort of a performance standard that we can evaluate the business against, whether it be lighting, noise, air, odor, and so on. But again, these are things that we haven't had those tools in the toolbox yet that we're actually trying to put in place, because this is very subjective. What may be an odor to one person may be acceptable to another person. And again, all we can do is go out, have code enforcement go out to the site, evaluate it. If code enforcement feels that it is an issue, they can go ahead and ask that that be remediated and corrected as soon as possible.
Supervisor McGordy.
In terms of timelines, so this is the first step is getting this permit. There's still a business license to go through as well. And about how long would that take before that goes into effect?
Sam Vandewater, Senior Planner. That will really depend on the requirements of the 3 divisions that look at the business license. Excuse me. For myself and Planning Division, really, I would just be looking for the conditions of this administrative permit to be satisfied, and I would be able to provide my approval. The business license is also reviewed by the Building Division and Environmental Health. So once the applicant satisfies any requirements by all three of those divisions, that's when the business license would be issued. And then they actually have to apply with the state after they obtain their local approval.
And the timeline for that is about,
Again, it's really rough to say. I've seen as short, on the county side, I've seen as short as approval of a business license in a few days. And I mean, the very first business license for cannabis facilities applied in the county is still under review because the applicants haven't satisfied all the various divisions. So it's hard to provide a timeline.
Also, if I may, through the chair, condition number 2 provides that the expiration of this permit will expire in 10 years. And so it says, unless renewed for another 10 years or modified by the applicant, actually the permit becomes expired at that point in time. Again, if this is something that the board is concerned about, the time can be shortened, but 10 years seems to be what has been placed on a lot of these permits. Obviously, it will expire at some point in time. And I think the idea that this might become a market at some point in time in the future, perhaps after the permit expires. We do know that that's an existing use. If this use were to somehow go away and they wanted to come back and establish the market, that would be something that could be considered and put back in place during the term of this permit if this use does not move forward. Again, it's basically the board's discretion.
Supervisor McGordy.
it feels like we should build in a little bit of protection in case things aren't going well, rather than a 10-year period. It seems like a shorter review period might make some sense, because this is a relatively new industry. We're not really completely familiar with how things operate. And if it's really seriously affects Yorkville, I don't think it would, but there should be some sort of a safety valve there in case the community is really feeling a negative impact from it. Maybe it's 5 years, but an opportunity to turn things around in case that the business is not kind of living up to its promises, because we've certainly seen that with other cannabis businesses in other places.
Supervisor Haschek.
Well, going off of what Supervisor McGordy said, what if we had it brought back, in a year just for a review to see how it's going?
What do you think of in 1 year to the zoning administrator? And 1 year starting when operations begin? Because we don't know how much lag there will be between this approval and when they can actually open.
Yeah, that sounds proper.
Nash, could you suggest appropriate language?
Wait. If I may, through the chair, if we look at condition number 2, where it says the permit shall become effective on the 11th day of the zoning administrator approval, the term of the permit shall not be 10 years from the day of approval. I think if we were to change the 10 years to 2 years or even 3 years, that should provide ample time without really having to change a lot of the condition language. We're just going to shorten the period, and it basically comes to an end in 3 years, let's say. If at that point in time, everyone's comfortable, they can reapply for the administrative permit again. And then at that point, it could be granted for the full 10 years. Basically, it would be another application is what it is. Because I understand how the board feels on this. It's a relatively new type of operation. And is there the ability to do some checks and balances? Again, there have been times in the past where the zoning administrator many years ago would grant use permits for terms of 2 years, 5 years. And again, it's really subjective based on the type of impact that it would create. And again, this is just something that I'd like to reiterate to the board. It's based on your comfort level. And if the board feels that they should basically see this type of use again in 3 years, so be it. And then at that point, if no issues have arisen, that analysis can be put into the application, to the subsequent application, and it could be shown for the record that there were no complaints during the first 3 years, and therefore a finding could be made that that the permit could be granted for the full 10-year term.
Supervisor Jordy.
I think 2 or 3 years would be appropriate, and in part because Yorkville is, pretty rural, bucolic. It's not really, I wouldn't compare it to North State Street. I mean, no offense to North State Street, but there's an awful lot of lighting on North State Street. And so one more business with lighting, commercial type lighting, doesn't really affect the night sky issue for that commercial neighborhood. But in a place like Yorkville, if the lighting was excessive, certainly the neighbors could feel very concerned about just the character of the neighborhood changing.
Supervisor Haschek.
Now, what is the cost of reapplying for renewing the permit?
So Sam Vandewater, Senior Planner, if they were to renew at this time, I believe the fee to renew is only $100. If we amended the conditions so that they can't renew and have to reapply after the 3 years, at this time, the cost is $1,121. Although that doesn't, there could be fee increases in the future, depending on how our fee structure is in 3 years.
There's a motion on the table, some new ideas. You want to modify the motion or put it to a vote? Planning and building, Nash?
Mr. Chair, I think for your motion, if you're going to go ahead and deny the appeal and uphold the decision of the zone administrator, you may also want to consider amending condition number 2 in that motion, where it would read that the permit shall become effective on the 11th day after the zone administrator approval. The term of this permit shall be 3 years from the date of approval, and then scratch the rest of it because there is no renewal at this point. Then this way, the permit would have to come back through the process in 3 years.
Supervisor.
That I think
Supervisor Mulhern.
Well, I was going to amend the motion to include exactly what the director said, but I do have, I would like to basically poll the rest of the board or whether or not they think that a reapplication is necessary if in 3 years the business is successfully navigating their community's concerns. It seems a reapplication may not be necessary, and in that case, a renewal would suffice.
I would agree.
Yeah, I would go with the renewal.
I would too, but just for a point of clarification, if a renewal is denied, what happens then?
Sam Vandewater, Senior Planner, if the project, condition 2 are amended so that the renewal is dependent on the success of the business adhering to the conditions and the concerns of the community, and they did not meet those concerns, then I believe the permit would just become null and void, and the business would have to cease pretty much immediately.
So there's some real teeth in this renewal.
Correct.
So let me, if I may through the chair, I'd like to go ahead and modify that condition again, based on what I'm hearing from the board, is that we will keep the renewal language in there. So it would say the permit shall become effective on the 11th day after the zone administrator approval. The term of the permit shall be 3 years from the date of approval, comma, unless renewed for a 10-year period, or modified by the applicant, associated fees paid, and the renewal or modification approved by the zone administrator. So basically, They would get it for 3 years and then they could come in and apply for a renewal for 10 years. Or you could shorten that renewal period as well. I'm just trying to provide the board with some latitude here of a shortened initial period, but if everything is fine, then they can go ahead and request a renewal for a 10-year period.
The first modified the motion. Was there did the second agree?
Yeah, I was thinking that, why don't we go with a 2-year renewal? And go with what Nash said.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Thank you. I have concerns that the business is going to be ready to be operating that quickly. I think that it does take a considerable amount of time to build out your infrastructure. So I think that a 3-year would give the community a better idea to see how the business is running. 2 years might not be quite up on its feet yet, which is why I said 3.
Supervisor McGordy?
A 3-year or 10-year thing seems reasonable to me. So assuming that all is well at the end of 3 years, then the business is probably going to be compatible with the community. At the end of 3 years, that it could be reviewed and modified if necessary, I'm assuming.
And if there are code complaints that are substantiated and they're serious and not resolved, it would shut down much sooner. Can we have the clerk read the motion back as amended?
So I cannot do it as amended. The conversation appears to have veered very differently from the original motion that was made. The original motion was to deny the appeal of and uphold the zoning administrator's approval of administrative permit AP 2021-0014 located near Yorkville to allow an existing structure to be used for cannabis processing and non-volatile manufacturing located in the community of Yorkville at the address of 26701 Highway 128. In hearing the discussion, a lot of the language used wasn't in the initial motion that was made, so we really are going to need like a very clear read back of that.
Would the maker of the motion like to ask Planning and Building Services to help modify the motion as discussed?
Yeah, I think that what's happening is that Director Nash is reading a portion of their internal documents as part of the motion. So if you could please clarify what page and section. I have condition 2, but if you could clarify the document and page for the clerk, I think that would be helpful.
If I may, through the chair, it's the conditions of approval on the administrative permit staff report. It would be page 5 of the initial staff report that is dated September 10th, 2021. And it begins with conditions of approval, and it's condition number 2. It says the permit shall become effective on the 11th day after zoning administrator approval. And what I would do here, as the clerk of the board just read your motion back, I would say, and amending condition number 2 contained in the original staff report to read as follows. The permit shall become effective on the 11th day after the zoning administrator approval, period. The term of the permit shall be 3 years from the date of approval, unless renewed for a 10-year period or modified by the applicant, associated fees paid, and renewal or modification approved by the zoning administrator. Said renewal shall be subject to review by the Department of Planning and Building Services.
Chair Williams, this is CEO Angelo.
Go ahead.
I agree with our clerk, Atlas Pearson, that where we started and where we are somewhat different. So I would request a 5-minute break or a 10-minute break so that Mr. Gonzalez and Mr. Curtis could, if I could ask Christian, please, to get this language together and then give it to the clerk, because you've moved very far from where we were. So we really need the clarification. So if the board is okay with that, if we can take a 10-minute break, and get that language from Mr. Gonzalez and Mr. Curtis, please.
Yeah, let's take a break. We'll be back at 4:10.
Thank you.
I got vaccinated for the people who can't.
I got vaccinated because I want to be part of the solution. I love Mendocino County, and I want us to be able to live our lives again and build stronger communities.
I got vaccinated because I believe in science. I want to protect my community, my patients, and my family. I want to do my part for others, for children who should be in school, for frontline workers who we so depend on, and for the millions of people worldwide who lost their lives to COVID this last year.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community, not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Los latinos componemos el 25% de los habitantes del condado. Aún así, la mitad de los casos del COVID somos nosotros. Nuestra comunidad depende mucho de la población hispana. Desafortunadamente, no recibimos la protección necesaria, así que es importante que nos cuidemos uno al otro. De este modo, no perderemos a nuestros seres queridos y podremos disfrutar de nuestras reuniones familiares.
We are our ancestors' children, and we carry their intergenerational traumas attached to trusting the government and vaccinations. I can say I lived through a pandemic by choosing to get vaccinated. I chose to get vaccinated because I had to be a good leader and example for my people. I also got vaccinated to protect my daughter, who has a compromised immune system. I urge you to get vaccinated to become a protector of our elders and Native community.
Cuando contraté el COVID me espanté, pero cuando admitieron a mi papá al hospital con la infección de COVID me espanté aún más. Por eso me vacuné, para protegerme a mí y a mi familia.
We are so lucky to live in Mendocino County.
The beauty of this place is reflected in the hearts of the people who live here.
We may not all look alike
or sound alike, but we are all one community.
During this pandemic,
We need to be kind to one another.
And keep each other safe.
By being careful not to spread the virus.
and by getting vaccinated as soon as we can.
We need to do this for each other.
And we can do this together.
We can do this!
हम सब कर सकते हैं.
You bet me I.
Podemos hacerlo por todos nosotros. ఇది మనందరికీ సాధ్యం.
A gente pode fazer isso. Yun robrum knia.
Wamanye mape.
Aba, kayang-kaya natin to.
Wir können das schaffen.
નમસ્તે, આપણે કરી શકીએ છીએ.
Ehikino kako.
हामी यो गर्न सक्छौँ.
Yeah, yeah, all day.
I got vaccinated because my children can't get vaccinated.
Because I love my family and I love my community.
To see my mom. It was her birthday coming up, and so I just wanted to be safe and protect her.
To take care of my health and the health of those that I love.
I felt it was the right thing to do. My parents are in their 90s. My husband teaches children. I'm active in my community, not only to protect myself, but for my ohana too.
Because it's the only way to stop the spread of coronavirus.
So please get vaccinated.
Modified condition language to the clerk of the board.
I did receive the language from Planning and Building and County Council. Would you like me to read it out?
Yes.
All right, the motion is to deny the appeal of and modify the zoning administrator's approval of administrative permit AP 2021-0014 in the form attached to the agenda packet as item number 19, located near Yorkville, to allow an existing structure to be used for cannabis processing and non-volatile manufacturing located in the community of Yorkville at the address of 26701 Highway 128, APN 049-280-24. That is the entire motion, and I do want to let you guys know we are currently uploading it. It may not show up yet. It does take a few moments for the system to transmit to the external site, but rest assured the modified staff report is being uploaded as attachment number 19.
Does the maker of the motion accept the new language?
Yes.
In a second.
Yes.
Okay, let's have a roll call vote.
Supervisor Hashak,
Yes.
Supervisor McGordy,
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern,
Yes.
Chair Williams,
Yes.
and Supervisor Dirty.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, we're on to item 5K, discussion and possible action, including introduction and waive first reading of an ordinance repealing ordinance number 4491, which amended chapter 6.36 cannabis facilities, businesses, and chapter 20.243 cannabis facilities. Sponsor is County Counsel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Pursuant to court judgment, this is or stipulated court judgment. This is ordinance would be the first reading sorry, excuse me. This would be the introduction and waiving of the first reading of the ordinance, repealing the cannabis facilities ordinance. This would not prevent the board from taking up this item in the future with additional environmental review. And I'm happy to answer any questions that the board may have.
Any board comment? Supervisor Haschak.
Yes. So County Counsel, is it true that some of the aspects of the ordinance could be implemented through other processes, such as through a planning and building permit for a cannabis fair?
And yes, so just to be clear, some of the sorts of activities that were contemplated in this ordinance were previously under the prior ordinance subject to other permit types. So this would revert those back to those applicable types of permits, particularly related to cannabis events, et cetera. So what this does is put us back under the prior system.
Okay, thank you.
Any public comment?
Yes, we do. First in line is Michael Katz.
Good afternoon, supervisors. This is Michael Katz, Executive Director of the Mendocino Cannabis Alliance. We're sorry to see this ordinance go. We definitely felt that there were many improvements in this ordinance. We also, though, felt that there would be additional benefit to our local cannabis community from revised micro-business regulations locally, which we would hope to be included in a new facilities ordinance. And we recommend that the board re-engage in the development of these items that would need to be reinstated with environmental review and come back with that to be able to implement some of these changes that would really benefit our county. So we definitely look forward to working with the county to develop the revised version of this ordinance that could undergo full environmental review and help us move the cannabis facilities forward in Mendocino County. Thank you so much.
Next, we had Sarah Bodner, but she's no longer on the line, so that concludes public comment on this item.
Can I invite a motion?
I'll make a motion to introduce and waive first reading of an ordinance repealing ordinance number 4491, which amended chapter 6.36 cannabis facilities, businesses, and chapter 20.243 cannabis facilities. And I have a comment as well.
I'll second.
We have a second from McGordy. Go ahead with your comment, Supervisor Mulhern.
I appreciate that this process needed to be followed through with, and I would like to see some of the elements that were in this ordinance brought forward to a future meeting. I do think that it is important to our cannabis community to be able to run their businesses successfully, to have the items that were in the ordinance. I would like to see this come back again. And I don't know if we need an ad hoc or if that's something that planning and building staff could just bring back to the board with consensus today.
Can our planning director advise?
If I may, through the chair, yes, this is something that could be brought back to the board. at a future date, and staff will go ahead and work with council on the modified language.
Supervisor Mulhern, would you like to modify your motion to include it coming back?
Yes, I would like to include that it will come back at a future meeting brought forward by Planning and Building and County Council.
Does the second agree?
Yes.
Any further discussion?
Mr. Chair, I would just ask for clarification on the motion. I think I understood that the request was for it to come back for additional direction as to which elements of the ordinance the board would like to pursue. But if the board would like to bring back just the entire ordinance for adoption with an additional environmental review, that action would be a little bit different.
I would like to bring back the entire ordinance, all of the elements within it. I was just mentioning, I understand that some of the businesses could continue to operate, but the entire ordinance.
I don't see, oh, Supervisor has checked. You're muted.
Thank you. So just to be clear, so if the entire ordinance gets brought back, then we would have to decide to send it off for environmental review.
So additional environmental review would be needed. I believe the process would be initiated at the Planning Commission level and then come to the board.
So would that need direction at this point to do that, or when it comes back?
So my understanding was that was the direction that was being incorporated into the motion, which is why I asked for the clarification.
Okay.
Clark, can you read back the motion?
So I currently have introduced and waive first reading of an ordinance repealing ordinance number 4491, which amended chapter 6.36 cannabis facilities businesses and chapter 20.243 cannabis facilities, and direct that the item come back at a future meeting for ... I would like a point of clarification here, whether this is coming back for approval or coming back for more direction.
Yeah. If I may, through the chair, Nash Gonzalez, I agree with County Council. It would be coming back for more direction.
County Council, is that what you stated?
I had thought I understood Supervisor Mulhern essentially asking just that the staff initiate at the Planning Commission level sort of reinitiation of the same ordinance as is with additional environmental review. Alternatively, I think what Director Gonzalez is mentioning, that would be an alternate possible action, but that's not quite what I thought I had understood the board to be saying.
So I'm going to go to Supervisor Mulhern, but I think what I heard her say is the board previously passed this ordinance. It's being repealed for a technical reason related to the record of environmental consideration, and she would like it to be reintroduced through the proper channel with the proper environmental review, so we can again put it to a vote.
Correct. Thank you.
So County Council, is that motion sufficient to capture Supervisor Mulhern's intent?
I believe so. I might ask if clerk of the board has captured the language that they need.
So currently what we have is to direct that the item come back at a future meeting for more direction prior to the environmental review being sent out.
I don't think we need for more direction, but the request is to have Planning and Building bring back the ordinance with proper environmental review.
Thank you.
Does the second agree?
I have a question. So if it goes back to the Planning Commission, how much work is that going to be for them? And how much work is that going to be for staff?
I might ask if Planning and Building could speak to that, Mr. Chair.
If I may, through the chair, Nash Gonzalez, this is going to require basically redoing the environmental analysis, preparing a staff report, and taking it to the Planning Commission for their evaluation and recommendation to the Board of Supervisors. When you ask how much work it's going to take, it really depends on how much time the Planning Commission wants to involve themselves with the ordinance or having to make any changes to the ordinance. I know with the previous ordinance that went to the Planning Commission, it was several hours of hearing time, as well as quite a few hours of staff time and review time. So it's really going to depend on how involved the environmental review is going to be and how much time the Planning Commission is going to take with it.
Supervisor.
Nash, I realize you can't anticipate how many questions or issues get raised by the public or by the Planning Commission, and that would, I would assume, trigger either more or less environmental review based on the comments received. But if it received, I don't know, a middle amount of comments, just sort of what's the capacity in the department to handle that environmental review, or is that something that you would possibly look to have a contract manage it? We're just trying to understand I think Supervisor McGordy is trying to get at what's the workload within the department. We know the department has a lot of tasks. Some things you're catching the department up on some tasks that are behind by a couple of years, and so I think we're just trying to be aware of commitments that the department has in other areas.
If I may, through the chair, to answer Supervisor Dirty's question, I think we're probably looking at going back and redoing the environmental analysis. I'm going to say anywhere from 40 to 50 hours for environmental analysis. And I would also look at the option of possibly using an outside contractor as well for the CEQA. Again, workload, the department is busy right now. Again, we're trying to get through the building permit backlog at this point in time, but I know our more than capable senior planner, Vandy, will be managing this project. And if not doing the environmental review, he'll also be working on the staff report that'll go to the Planning Commission and ultimately go to the board. But we want to be able to look at our options and look at the possibility of sending this out to an outside contractor to be able to move this project expeditiously through the process.
Supervisor McGordy.
So 2 points. One is I don't want to see our planning building services crushed by this, as they're trying to get caught up on their workload. And the second thing is, what does it cost and who pays for it? So that's the other big issue, because I don't want us to go down another rabbit hole like we did with 2218 and end up with nothing. So that's my concern. I do agree with Supervisor Mulherin that we probably need to address this, but I want to be sure that we have a reasonable shot at completing the task before we commit to it. And I don't know if we need more studying for that. More of a proposal. I don't know if we can conceptually agree to the idea today and maybe get this refined a little bit before we commit. So those are my concerns.
Could our planning director advise us? Are we talking days of work or months of work?
If I may, through the chair, we're probably looking at several months of work. In fact, as senior planner and I are discussing this, it may be more advantageous to keep it in-house because the contractor would have to learn this whole process from beginning, and it would take more time and effort. And so it would take several months to try to balance between the workload and this ordinance.
Supervisor Haschuk.
Maybe one of the things we could do is planning and building could make a list of the activities that would be allowable in different format like we talked about earlier. And then we would have more of an idea about what exactly needed to be changed or what is being left out if we just don't have the ordinance. Does that make sense to people? Because it seems like if we know what we can do in another way, then we've limited the scope of what we need to really deal with this facilities ordinance.
Supervisor McGordy.
That makes a lot of sense to me, and I think it's sort of where you begin, and then kind of make an assessment of what's possible now and what's going to need changing, and then develop a work plan based on that, along with a budget. I'd feel more comfortable with that.
Did I see a hand at planning and building?
If I may, through the chair, Sam Vandy Vandewater, senior planner. We are currently conducting a review to determine if there are, in fact, any items from the ordinance that don't necessarily need to be readdressed through this ordinance amendment. So it could be less significant work than what we initially did.
And this is Julia Krog, Assistant Director. What we could also do, if it would please the board, is if you would like an informational presentation in the future, once we've finished conducting that review, we are more than happy to do that at a future agenda.
I would feel very good if we could have that review brought forward by the planning department prior to committing additional staff resources. It might not be necessary if most of these activities are allowed under existing ordinance, where it could narrow the scope of the environmental review and the project.
Has checked.
Yeah, that seems like where we should go with it. So I think that we should kind of amend the motion to accept the recommended action about rescinding the ordinance and then give direction to staff to provide that work plan and come back and present to the board.
Would the maker of the motion like to amend?
Yes. So I have the language to repeal the ordinance and then to have planning and building come back with a review of the ordinance and a work plan.
Does the second agree?
Yes.
Okay, we're ready for a roll call vote. Clerk, go ahead.
All right. Supervisor Hashak.
Yes.
Supervisor Jardy.
Yes.
Supervisor McGordy.
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Yes.
And Chair Williams.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you, Chair and Supervisors.
Thank you. And I think that was our last item. Clerk, can you confirm?
That does conclude all the items for today.
Excellent, because I think the same staff and Zoom will be used for the strategic planning town hall in about half an hour. So thanks, everyone.
correct.
We're adjourned.